The world is repeatedly reminded by the followers of Muhammad that the Quran is not only a spiritual revelation, but actually contains almost all knowledge that human beings need to conduct their everyday lives. How accurate are these declarations?
Muhammadan scholars assert in no uncertain terms that Muhammad had full knowledge of almost everything under the sun. They have hundreds, if not thousands, of books printed, trying desperately to prove the unprovable. The following is only a small sample of traditions. Let our listeners make their own mind up. Al-Baqarah 2.189. They ask you about the new moons. Say, they are but signs to mark fixed seasons in the affairs of men and for Hajj pilgrimage. Allah created the moon so that the Hajj can be performed on time by the followers of Muhammad. Al-Kahf 18.83. They ask you about Dhul Qarnayn, Alexander the Great. Say, I will cite something of his story. We gave him authority in the land and means of accomplishing his goals. So he followed the path until he reached the setting place of the sun. He saw that it set in black, muddy, hot water. Near it he found a people. As our listeners know, we receive a lot of email and videos attempting to prove the mathematical and astronomical miracles of the Quran, from the speed of light and nuclear energy to outer space explorations. The verse above, in unambiguous Arabic, is asserting that Allah, the All-Knowing, is informing Muhammad that the sun sets in a puddle of murky water on earth. For those followers of Muhammad who are listening and like to play with numbers, please be aware that the sun is over 1 million times bigger than the earth, and yet, according to Muhammad's Quran, it sets every evening in a puddle of murky water. Of course, we are willingly ignoring its gravitation and temperature to suit this verse. Al-Anbiya 21.26. Don't the unbelievers see that the heavens and earth were joined together in one piece before we clove them asunder? Will they not believe? And we have set on the earth mountains as stabilizers, lest the earth should convulse without them. The verse is not only illogical, but also contrary to the Bible, which is the only source of the creation process that Muhammad is alluding to. It is illogical because nowhere in human history was there a report regarding the heavens and the earth being joined and then separated. And once more, we are willingly ignoring the impossibility of such a scenario. Moreover, Muhammad's Quran, in its infinite wisdom, has concluded that Allah created the mountains to act as stabilizers to hold the earth together. These stories and ideas are, as usual, the product and conclusions that emanated entirely from Muhammad's own vivid but totally illogical and uncomprehending imagination. Al-Mulk 67.3. We created 7 heavens, one above the other. Muhammad, can you see any fault in Ar-Rahman's creation? We have adorned the lowest skies with lamps, and we have made them missiles to drive away the devils and against the stone Satans. Maybe I have missed something in my study of the Bible, because as far as I know, there is no mention of even 2 heavens, let alone 7. Did Allah forget to mention this to Moses in his Torah? What are these missiles that are scaring and warding off devils? What and who are the stone Satans? The enigma deepens with every ayah. Bukhari Hadith 4.421. I walked hand in hand with the Prophet when the sun was about to set. We did not stop looking at it. The Prophet asked, do you know where the sun goes at sunset? I replied, Allah and His Apostle know best. He said, it travels until it falls down and prostrates itself underneath the throne. Allah will order the sun to return whence it has come, and so the sun will rise in the west. And that is the interpretation of the statement of Allah in the Quran. Even the oldest civilization upon earth knew that the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. But of course, they must have all been wrong. Tabari volume 1.204. I asked the Prophet, where was Allah before his creation? Muhammad replied, he was in a cloud with no air underneath or above it. And all of us thought we need air to have clouds. Silly, ignorant fools that we are. Tabari volume 1.219. When Allah wanted to create the creation, He brought forth smoke from the water. The smoke hovered loftily over it, He called it heaven. Then he dried out the water and made it earth. He split it and made it 7 earths on Sunday. He created the earth upon a big fish, that being the fish mentioned in the Quran. By the pen, the fish was in the water. The water was upon the back of a small rock. The rock was on the back of an angel. The angel was on a big rock. The big rock was in the wind. The fish became agitated. As a result, the earth quaked. So Allah anchored the mountains and made it stable. This is why the Quran says, Allah made for the earth firmly anchored mountains, lest it shake you up. It should be apparent to even the most simpleton of minds that before the creation there could not have been either water, smoke, or anything else for that matter. There really is not much that we can possibly add upon the remainder of this creation story as explained by Muhammad, the greatest and most knowledgeable of all the prophets. Tabari 1.233. The messenger said, when Allah was done with his creation, he created 2 suns from the light of his throne. His foreknowledge told him that he would efface one and change it to a moon, so the moon is smaller in size. As usual, Muhammad's thought processes and logic leave a lot to be desired. In this instance, when Allah was done with his creation, should mean that he finished the process of creation. Hence, why did he continue with the creation of the sun and the moon if he had already finished? Moreover, and even more important, since Muhammad is only plagiarizing from the Bible regarding the story of creation, then yet again he is wrong and misleading his ignorant listeners, because in the Bible the sun and the moon were actually created on the 4th day, and definitely not after the creation. Genesis 1.14. God said, let there be luminaries in the firmament of the heaven to separate between the day and the night. And God made the 2 great luminaries, the greater luminary to dominate the day, and the lesser to dominate the night. And there was evening, and there was morning, a 4th day. It is obvious that Muhammad's Allah cannot possibly be the same as the God of Israel. Tabari 1.234. Allah thus sent Gabriel to drag his wing 3 times over the face of the moon, which at the time was a sun. He effaced its luminosity and left the light in it. Tabari 1.235. Allah's apostle said, Allah created an ocean 3 farsakhs, 918 kilometers removed from the heavens. Waves contained. It stands in the air by the command of Allah. No drop of it is spilled. Tabari 1.332. The sun and the moon were in eclipse for 7 days and nights. It must have been only in Arabia that they suffered total darkness for 7 days and nights. With such lucid depth of knowledge, one cannot possibly add any further comments to Muhammad's cosmic explanations and his current followers' undeniable belief in his genius, even with all of the 21st century's actual knowledge. What is most frightening and disturbing of all is the fact that those of Muhammad's followers who are listening would rather get angry with our statements than actually giving them food for thought and reflection about the veracity of the Quran and Hadiths and Muhammad's supreme knowledge of everything.
Studying the Quran has been an incredible eye-opener. What I found most disturbing, considering that it's supposed to have been a divine revelation, are the astounding number of grammatical, historical, linguistic, theological, and biblical errors that fill its pages. How can any thinking human being accept so many inconsistencies, discrepancies, and outright falsehoods as having been revealed to Muhammad by the angel Gabriel?
The Quran and Hadiths have been studied in minute details both by the followers of Muhammad and by Orientalists over the centuries. In the latter 200 years, many very eminent Europeans studied the Arabic language, the Quran and Ahadith, and mastered both to an incredible degree. It is on record that the Muhammadan exegetes as well as the European Arabists have come to the following conclusions. 1. That the Quran contains a great number of grammatical and lexical errors. 2. It contains a significant number of words, in fact the most important ones in the Quran, about 108 of them, which are entirely foreign to the Arabic language. Most are based on and or borrowed from the Syriac, Hebrew, Aramaic, Ethiopic, Persian, and others. 3. It contains a number of names of biblical characters not congruent with those in the Bible. 4. It contains an enormous number of historical and theological errors. 5. It also contains a significant number of differences and contradictions as compared with the same stories as originally written in the Hebrew Bible or the New Testament. 6. It has copied almost the entire pagan Arabian traditions and fetishes, but cloaks them with the wrappings of Islam with only a minute number of changes. 7. It contains major historical displacements that are completely at odds with the written records and knowledge. Based upon all the above contradictions, inconsistencies, and displacements in time and space, Allah cannot be the God of the Bible, the God of Israel, or the God of Jesus. God, by definition, is omniscient, as the Quran asserts to be all-knowing, and would not have given two or more different versions of the same events dislocated in time, in space, and in names of characters. This attribute is by itself an enormous blasphemy. The following are only a few of these manifest errors and contradictions from among hundreds upon hundreds of others. The story of Cain and Abel. After Cain killed his brother Abel, the Quran says, Surah Al-Ma'idah 5.31, Allah sent a raven who scratched the ground to show him how to hide the shame of his brother. The story of Noah and the flood. The Quran in Surah Hud 11.42 says that one of the sons of Noah refused to go into the ark and was drowned in the flood. The Bible says that all three sons of Noah went into the ark with him and were saved from the flood. Genesis 7.7. In Al-Hud 11.44, the Quran says that the ark came to rest on top of Mount Judi. The Bible says that it was Mount Ararat. Genesis 8.4. The story of Abraham. Abraham's father, according to the Quran, is Azar, Surah Al-An'am 6.74, while the Bible says that his name is Terah, Genesis 11.26. The Quran says Abraham had two sons. The Bible says they were 8, Genesis 25.2. The Quran says some of Abraham's descendants lived in the valley of Mecca, Surah Ibrahim 14.37, while the Bible says they lived in Hebron, Genesis 13.18. The Quran says that Abraham had two wives. In the Bible, he had 3. The Quran says that he built the Kaaba, Surah Al-Baqarah 2.125. The Bible has no such record. The Hadith assert that it was Ishmael who was being sacrificed, while the Bible tells us it was Isaac. The story of Moses. The Quran states that the one who adopted Moses was Pharaoh's wife, Surah Al-Qasas 28.9. while the Bible says it was Pharaoh's daughter, Exodus 2.5. The Quran states that Haman lived in Egypt during Moses' time of 1450 BC, while the Bible asserts that Haman lived in Persia during Xerxes' time of 400 BC. Esther 3.1. The story of Mary and Jesus. The Quran states that Mary's brother was Aaron, Surah Maryam 19.28, while the Bible says that Aaron lived 1450 years before Mary, Numbers 26.59. The Quran asserts that she gave birth to Jesus under a palm tree, 19.23, while the Gospel says it was in a stable, Luke 2.7. The Quran also mentions that Jesus spoke and made miracles at the time when he was young, 19.24. The New Testament has no such record. The Quran asserts that Jesus did not die on the cross, Surah An-Nisa 4.157, but the Gospels disagree. Astronomical. Surah Al-Kahf 18.86. Until when he reached the setting of the sun, he found it set in a spring of murky water. Near it he found a people. We said, O Dhul Qarnayn, either to punish them or to treat them with kindness. According to the Quran, the sun sets in a murky puddle of water, but the sun is over 1 million times bigger than the size of the earth. Historical. Surah Al-Qasas 28.38. Pharaoh built the Tower of Babel in Egypt. According to the historical record, the Tower of Babel was built in what is now Iraq and not in Egypt. Alexander the Great. Surah Al-Kahf 18.83. They ask thee concerning Dhul Qarnayn, Alexander the Great, say, I will rehearse to you something of his story. Verily, we establish his power on earth and we give him the ways and the means to all ends. Alexander was a pagan and had absolutely nothing to do with prophethood except in the Quranic version. That Zacharias could not speak for 3 nights, Surah Maryam 19.1, while the New Testament says he could not speak until the child was born or for about 9 months, Luke 1.20. So far, ladies and gentlemen, not a single verse above has any resemblance to any original one in the Hebrew Bible or the New Testament, and hence cannot possibly have been a revelation from either the angel Gabriel or the God of Israel and Jesus. But it could easily have been from Satan, pretending to be the angel Gabriel. After all, he, Satan, was able to deceive Muhammad with the notorious but astounding satanic verses, when Muhammad was more than willing to compromise his newly found monotheism by reverting to paganism. The followers of Muhammad, who believe the Quranic version of the biblical events, have not read, let alone studied either the Bible or the New Testament, to compare and contrast these events, since they are actually prohibited from doing so by their political and religious leaders. Even when and if some of them do attain such knowledge, they are then told that both the Hebrew Bible and the New Testament have been perverted over the centuries by the followers of Moses and Jesus, and hence are not the original versions that would have otherwise agreed with the Quran. There is obviously not a single follower of Muhammad on earth who can produce the original versions of these books upon which they rest their case. Hence, it would take a monumental intellectual and spiritual effort for any follower of Muhammad to use his or her own logic to overcome decades of indoctrination and accept the reality that it is the Quran and only the Quran that is in total and manifest error and falsehood.
There is a verse in the Quran that is used invariably by Mohammedan apologists that, if anyone slew a person unless it be for murder or for spreading mischief in the land, it would be as if he slew the whole people. And if anyone saved a life, it would be as if he saved the life of the whole people. Are they being truthful?
It gives me absolutely no pleasure whatsoever to tell our audience again and again and again that, like everything else that we have been showing regarding Muhammadan Islam and its followers, the above verse is misquoted with deliberate falsification to pretend to the mostly ignorant and trusting world that Muhammadan Islam is a peaceful and peace-loving belief system. We heard this verse recited by Iqbal Sakrani of the Muslim Council of Great Britain in public, in Trafalgar Square, in front of millions of viewers after the London suicide bombings on the 7th of July 2005. This was in response to the fact that the suicide bombers were Muhammadan Muslims, raised, educated, and taken care of by the tax-paying people of Britain, and in return, with typical loving Islam, they mass slaughtered innocent civilians in the name of Allah. All of a sudden, the Muslim Council was galvanized into action to distance itself from such barbaric acts and blame the so-called radical Muslims for these misdeeds. The very same Muslim Council, which never demonstrated against any and all outrages committed in the name of Allah, Muhammad, or Islam, anywhere and everywhere in the world during the past decades, was then doing its utmost to pretend that it cared for the welfare of the people of this nation. With their usual deceitfulness, Iqbal Sakrani, Muhammad Abdul Bari, Inayat Banglawala, all of whom are of non-Arabic background, and Tariq Ramadan, as well as many other luminary Muhammadans, pretended to be outraged at these insane acts. They then shed floods of crocodile tears in public with the assistance and compliance of the stupid and criminally negligent British media. I needed to give our listeners this background, especially for those who are not British. Now, I shall address the Quranic verse above from Surah Al-Ma'idah, which tells a perverted version of the biblical story of Cain and Abel, after Cain had murdered his brother. I would like our audience to listen very carefully to the beginning of the verse, which is actually the crux of this chapter. Al-Ma'idah 5.32. On that account, we ordained for the children of Israel that if anyone slew a person unless it be for murder or for spreading mischief in the land, it will be as if he slew the whole people. And if anyone saved a life, it would be as if he saved the life of the whole people. This verse, like hundreds of others in the Quran, is plundered and perverted from the Bible and or from Jewish rabbinic traditions. This particular one is from Pirkei Avot, sayings of the fathers in the Mishnah. Ladies and gentlemen, when the above verse is recited in full, one would understand that it was Allah addressing the people of Israel and only the people of Israel, but neither Muhammad nor his Arab followers. By deliberately, willfully, and with a forethought, cutting out, we ordained for the children of Israel, Iqbal Sakrani and all the others who quoted and still quote this truncated verse, changed the perception of the unwary listeners and made them believe that it is part of peaceful Muhammadan Islamic teachings. That was and still is their whole purpose and intent, and they have been and still are succeeding in their deception and fraudulence. If any of you need further proof, you can look at hundreds upon hundreds of Muhammadan preachers on YouTube who quote the truncated, edited, or perverted version only of this verse. If this action is not dishonorable, what is? Why would such educated and learned men stoop to these abysmal levels of hypocrisy and mendacity if their Muhammadan Islam is so superior to all other beliefs? Why would they need to distort the Quranic verse if the Quran is as holy as they pretend it to be? Is this not a deliberate alteration of Allah's words? Does this not constitute blasphemy? How can any of them justify such dishonesty, both religious and intellectual? How could they treat their listeners, so-called believers or unbelievers, with such contempt? Since Muhammadan Muslims can do this shameless and systematic editing in the 21st century in front of millions of people, then how dare they tell us that the Quran that we have today has never been altered in the last 1400 years? They have been getting away with these intellectual, moral and religious perversions because most human beings do not know the subjects at hand and hence are easily duped by well-dressed and well-spoken people whom they think are paragons of virtue and knowledge. Well, ladies and gentlemen, they are not, as we have been demonstrating repeatedly in our series, using the very Muhammadan Arabic sources to prove the opposite. The very internet that is used by the followers of Muhammad to propagate their messages of hate, of war, of superiority, of racism and intellectual fraud is also enlightening a mostly ignorant world about the real characteristics of Muhammadan Islam. In fact, the internet shows all their depraved behavior of mass murder, kidnappings, beheadings, stoning to death, genital mutilation, desecration of all kinds of holy places, etc., etc., perpetrated upon both unbelievers as well as other believing sects of Muhammadan Islam. Can any follower of Muhammad prove what we are revealing here as erroneous or mendacious? We await their usual attacks based upon denial of facts and reality.
It seems that your repeated assertion that it is by divine justice that the Ahadiths destroy Mohammedan Islam has recently been vindicated by the fatwa, Mohammedan religious ruling, regarding the breastfeeding of a grown man by a grown woman among the believers. Will you please explain?
Although the statements that we make are always based upon Muhammadan Muslim authorities, many of our listeners still remain in doubt because of the incredible depravity, immorality or stupidity of many of the subjects that we are investigating. It is hence extremely gratifying when some of the statements that we make are inadvertently further authenticated by some of the highest scholars of Muhammadan Islam. Recently, the head of the Al-Azhar Hadith Department put out a religious opinion called a fatwa, asserting that in Muhammadan Islam, breastfeeding allows a woman to be with a man in private. I shall now read to our listeners the official sequence of events. Dr. Izzat Atiyah explained his fatwa in an interview with Al-Watan Al-Yawm, the weekly of Egypt's ruling National Democratic Front Party. He said, "The religious ruling that appears in the Prophet's conduct, Sunnah, confirms that breastfeeding allows a man and a woman to be together in private, even if they are not family, and if the woman did not nurse the man in his infancy before he was weaned, providing that their being together serves some purpose, religious or secular. Being together in private means being in a room with the door closed, so that nobody can see them. A man and a woman who are not family members are not permitted to do this, because it raises suspicions and doubts. A man and a woman who are alone together are not necessarily having sex, but this possibility exists, and breastfeeding provides a solution to this problem. I also insist that the breastfeeding relationship to be officially documented in writing. The contract will state that this woman has suckled this man. After this, the woman may remove her hijab and expose her hair in the man's presence. Dr. Atiyah further explained that the breastfeeding does not necessarily have to be done by the woman herself. The important point, he said, is that the man and the woman must be related through breastfeeding. This can also be achieved by means of the man's mother or sister suckling the woman, or by means of the woman's mother or sister suckling the man, since all of these solutions legally turn them into brother and sister. The logic behind the concept of breastfeeding an adult is to transform the bestial relationship between two people into a religious relationship based on religious duties. Since this breastfeeding takes place between two adults, the man is still permitted to marry the woman who breastfed him, whereas a woman who nursed a man in his infancy is not permitted to marry him. The adult was suckled directly from the woman's breast. This is according to a hadith attributed to Aisha, wife of the Prophet Muhammad, which tells of Salim, the adopted son of Abu Hudayfa, who was breastfed by Abu Hudayfa's wife when he was already a grown man with a beard by the Prophet's order. I shall now confirm the scholar's statement based upon the following accepted hadiths. Al-Tirmidhi Hadith 3173, narrated by Salama. Allah's Messenger said, the only suckling which makes marriage unlawful is that which is taken from the breast and enters the bowels and is taken before the time of weaning. Sahih al-Bukhari Hadith 1.88, narrated by Abdullah bin Abi Mulaika. Uqba bin al-Harith said that he had married the daughter of Abi Aziz. Later on, a woman came to him and said, I have suckled, nursed you, Uqba, and the woman whom you married, his wife, at my breast. Uqba said to her, neither I knew that you have suckled, nursed me, nor did you tell me. Then he rode over to see Allah's Apostle at Medina and asked him about it. Allah's Apostle said, how can you keep her as a wife when it has been said to you that she is your foster sister? Then Uqba divorced her and she married another man. Sahih Muslim, suckling a young boy, tradition 3428. Zainab, daughter of Abu Salama, reported, I heard Salama, the wife of Allah's Apostle, saying to Aisha, by Allah, I do not like to be seen by a young boy who has passed the period of fosterage. Whereupon Aisha asked, why is it so? Salama answered, because Sahla, daughter of Suhail, came to Allah's Messenger and said, Allah's Messenger, I swear by Allah that I see in the face of Abu Hudayfa, her husband, the signs of disgust on account of the entering of Salim in the house. Whereupon Allah's Messenger said, suckle him. Sahla said in astonishment, but he has a beard. But Muhammad said again, suckle him, and it would remove what is there, the expression of disgust on the face of Abu Hudayfa. She said, I suckled him, and by Allah, I did not see any sign of disgust on the face of Abu Hudayfa. Sahih Muslim, suckling a young boy, tradition 3426. Ibn Abu Mulaika reported that Al-Qasim bin Abu Bakr had narrated to him that Aisha reported that Sahla bin Suhail bin Amr came to Allah's Apostle and said, Messenger of Allah, Salim, the freed slave of Abu Hudayfa, is living with us in our house, and he has attained puberty as men attain it, and has acquired knowledge of the sex problems as men acquire. Whereupon he said, suckle him, so that he may become unlawful in regard to having sex with you. Ibn Abu Mulaika continued, I refrained from narrating this hadith for a year or so on account of fear. I met again with Al-Qasim and said to him, you narrated to me a hadith which I did not narrate to anyone afterwards. He said, what is that? I informed him, Whereupon he said, narrated on my authority, that Aisha had narrated that to me. Ladies and gentlemen, believers and unbelievers, here was a man who was afraid to narrate what he had heard and decided to keep this story to himself for more than a year. The man viewed this hadith with obvious trepidation regarding the innocence of this story and knew that there was something morally wrong with this unbelievable event. Even 1400 years ago, this type of story of a grown and married woman who would breastfeed a grown man, not her husband, so that she can be at home, so to speak, while he is around, was so immoral that it boggled the mind of its listener. That is why he kept his mouth shut for almost a year thereafter. But as a believing Muhammadan Muslim, he had to accept it as a divinely sanctioned order. The Azhar Council decided to dismiss the doctor not because he was telling a lie, but because he was telling the truth, thus exposing Muhammadan Islam to ridicule. They even go so far as to accuse those who support his deductions as perverts. In the light of the aforegoing, then all the preceding Muhammadan scholars must have been perverts, since they too read the same hadith and walked away with the same understanding that I do. They saw that the logical implication one derives from them is that Sahla, against her natural instincts, breastfed a young man at the express orders of Muhammad. There are, of course, more hadiths regarding the above, but I'm sure these will suffice. Believers and unbelievers, I shall repeat once again, as I shall do so at every opportunity, that the worst nightmare of Muhammadan Islam is knowledge of the Quran, of the hadiths, and all their related subjects. Muhammadan Islam can only survive through subjugation, intimidation, terror, indoctrination, and the ignorance of its followers. They are, after all, its worst and foremost innocent victims. We have repeatedly made it crystal clear that the objective of this series is not to insult, humiliate, or degrade the followers of Muhammad, the so-called believers, but to enlighten them as well as all those so-called unbelievers around the world. Believers, all that we have ever asked you to do is to use your God-given faculties to think independently for yourselves, to read and investigate the very Bible that the Quran asserts was revealed directly to Moses and the Gospels to Jesus. Why depend on or accept the mullahs or anybody else's versions that are passed on to you with deliberate falsifications? You should at least ask yourselves why you are forbidden from studying the scriptures of other peoples, especially if the Quran is allegedly so superior to them. If the Quran is so superior, then you should not be afraid or hesitate from reading them. What could you possibly lose? After all, we are repeatedly told by the scholars of Muhammadan Islam that the Quran loves knowledge. So learn, and hence unchain your minds and liberate your souls.
Muhammad's followers assert that he was never an idol worshipper, that Allah guided him from childhood away from the pagan beliefs of his parents and tribe. Are these statements borne by the records of Muhammadan Islam itself?
As usual with the followers of Muhammad, they invent and concoct mythical stories about him, thus shooting themselves in the mouth, because they contradict the very exegetical Muhammadan sources in the Arabic language that prove otherwise. It is an absolute fact that Muhammad was born of pagan parents. His father Abdullah and his mother Amina were both pagans, and they used to worship many idols. His entire childhood, till the age of 25 years at least, was spent in paganism. Today, many Muhammadans will find it extremely hard to digest this fact. However, Muhammad's pagan origin is disclosed by Hisham ibn al-Kalbi. On page 17 of his very important work, Kitab al-Asnam, the Book of Idols, he writes, "We have been told that the Apostle of Allah once mentioned Al-Uzza, saying, 'I have offered a white sheep to Al-Uzza while I was a follower of the religion of my people.'" In the statement above, Muhammad clearly admits his past adherence to the paganism of his tribe, the then religion of the Quraysh. When Muhammad married Khadija, his first wife, who was a Hanifiyya, that is one who believed only in the God of Abraham, being neither a follower of the laws of Moses nor of Jesus. She introduced him to her uncle, Waraka bin Nawfal, who had converted from paganism to Christianity. There is absolutely no doubt that Khadija's and Waraqa's religious influences were singularly instrumental in making Muhammad think deeply about his pagan religious beliefs. As he attended the annual assembly of poets at Ukaz, he was deeply impressed and moved by the thoughts, eloquence, sentiment, free thinking, and humanism expounded by many of those poets. He started questioning the idol worshipping of his tribe and began, at the age of 40 years, 15 years after marrying Khadija, to start preaching the concept of the one God, the Creator, similar to the concept of the Jews and Judaized Arabs of his days. Nonetheless, as the Quranic verses amply demonstrate, he was confused as to which God ought to be his one and only God. Allah at that time was the supreme rock god of the pagan Quraysh. From Muhammad's perspective, their only fault was that besides Allah, the Quraysh used to worship as intercessors with Allah other smaller gods and goddesses like Hubal, Al-Lat, Al-Uzza, Al-Manat, etc. So, at the start of his new concept of an almighty creator, Allah was out of the question. Besides, at that time, even the magicians, the soothsayers, the sorcerers, and Satan worshippers used to vow by Allah. Thus, Muhammad at the very beginning found it utterly unacceptable to make Allah his only God, Ilah. During those pagan days, the people of Yemen used to worship another deity whose name was Ar-Rahman, who was coincidentally also the Jewish word Rahmana, which was a name for God in the Talmudic period. They were still influenced by the legacy of the Judaized Himyarite kingdom of the Yemen. Muhammad for a while adopted the name Ar-Rahman for God in place of Allah. Muhammad believed that by using the name Ar-Rahman, he ought to be able to get the support of the Judaized Arabs to his new belief system. Please note that nowhere in the Quran does Allah say that he has 99 additional names, including Ar-Rahman. In fact, these alleged names are actually attributes, sifat, and not names, that were heaped later on Allah by the followers of Muhammad. So, when he declared himself to be the messenger of Ar-Rahman, the Meccans too were at a loss and confused. The Meccans did not know of any Ar-Rahman other than Ar-Rahman of Al-Yemen. When we read with an unbiased mind the first 50 surahs in chronological order of the Quran, we note Muhammad's confusion regarding Lord, Rabb, Allah, and Ar-Rahman. He was quite unsure of whom he should consider as his only God, Ilah. Here is a summary of the first 50 surahs regarding Muhammad's idea of his only God. Lord, Rabb in 11 surahs. Ar-Rahman and Lord, Rabb in 2 surahs. Ar-Rahman, Allah, Lord, 1 surah. Allah, Lord, Rabb, 18 surahs. This demonstrates Muhammad's initial vacillation, confusion, and ignorance of the affairs of his only God, Ilah. The Quran also confirms that when he started to preach his brand of faith, Muhammad was lost, confused, and did not know much of religion. Here's what the Quran writes. Yusuf 12.3 We do relate unto thee the most beautiful of stories, in that we reveal to thee this Quran. Before this, thou too wast amongst those who knew it not. Al-Shu'ara 42.52 And thus have we, by our command, sent inspiration to thee. Thou knowest not before what was revelation and what was faith. Al-Dhuha 93.7 And he found thee wandering and he gave thee guidance. In all 3 verses they assert that previously Muhammad, as a pagan, had no knowledge of earlier revelations, the Bible. Maryam 19.58 We carried with Noah and of the posterity of Abraham and Israel, of those whom we guided and chose. Whenever the signs of Ar-Rahman were rehearsed to them, they would fall down in prostrate adoration and in tears. Gardens of eternity, those which Ar-Rahman promised to his servants. Al-Anbiya 21.112 Say, O my Lord, Rabbi, judge thou in truth. Our Lord, Rabbina, Ar-Rahman is the one whose assistance should be sought. Initially, Muhammad even eulogized the important gods or idols of the pagans by agreeing with the Quraysh at some point that these gods were intercessors of Allah, the satanic verses. On the same page, Hisham ibn al-Kalbi writes, the Quraysh were wont to circumambulate the Kaaba and chant, Al-Najm 53.19, by Allat and Al-Uzza, Al-Manat, the third idol besides. Verily they are the most exalted females, Al-Gharaniq al-Ulat, whose intercession is to be sought. Allat, Al-Uzza and Al-Manat were the daughters of Allah, who were supposed to intercede before Allah, the supreme, rock, pagan god of the Quraysh. Muhammad, in a moment of desperation and weakness, to try and bring his Quraysh tribe to his way of thinking, compromised his monotheism by allowing himself to state that he received the above revelation from Allah. The above represent the satanic verses controversy, whereby Satan allegedly was able to easily mislead Muhammad into allowing his followers to have partners with Allah, as they had under paganism. That is, to allow the three daughters of Allah to share his divine throne by being intercessors between humanity and Allah. When Muhammad realized the enormity of his error, that he had compromised his monotheism, he later very conveniently abrogated verses 21 and 22 and replaced them with the following. 53.21. What? For you the male sex and for him the female? Behold, such would be indeed a division most unfair. To cover up the fact that he had compromised his monotheism, Muhammad found that the best scapegoat is to very conveniently blame the unsuspecting and totally innocent Satan. Being the self-proclaimed prophet of Allah, Muhammad always blamed others for all his own errors, troubles and failures. I would like our listeners, both believers and unbelievers, to ponder the following irrefutable fact: that the alleged monotheist Muhammad venerated, circumambulated, kissed and hugged the black stone even when the Kaaba still contained all 360 idols of the Quraysh and was still a pagan temple all his adult life. He only destroyed the idols of the Kaaba except the black stone after he conquered Mecca a year before he died. Whom would you listeners believe? The records of Muhammad and Islam, or the apologists and perverters of facts and reality who serve their agenda of deceiving humanity about the very essence of Muhammad?
We are told incessantly by Muhammad's followers that the Quran that we have at hand is exactly the same as that allegedly revealed to him 1400 years ago. How accurate are these statements?
It is very unfortunate but essential that we repeat the same statement again and again and again, that invariably Muhammadan Muslims invent and concoct unsubstantiated stories about Muhammad and his Quran, thus requiring them to create more lies to cover the earlier ones, especially since their falsehoods contradict the very exegetical Muhammadan sources in the Arabic language that prove otherwise. In our series, we might touch upon many similar subjects under different headings because they overlap and it gives our listeners different facets of our research. The stoning verse is called in Arabic Ayat al-Rajm. Hadith Muslim maintains that key passages were missing from Zayd bin Thabit's collection of the Quran. The most famous is the verse of stoning. All the major traditions speak of this missing verse. According to Ibn Ishaq's version, page 684, we read, Allah sent Muhammad and sent down the scripture to him. Part of what he sent down was the passage on stoning. Umar ibn al-Khattab asserts, we read it, we were taught it, and we heeded it. The Apostle Muhammad stoned, and we stoned after him. I fear that in time to come, men will say that they find no mention of stoning in Allah's book, and thereby go astray in neglecting an ordinance which Allah has sent down. Verily, stoning in the book of Allah is a penalty laid on married men and women who commit adultery. Therefore, according to Umar ibn al-Khattab, the stoning verse was part of the original Quran, the revelation which Allah allegedly sent down. But now, it is missing from the Quran. In many of the traditions, we find numerous reports of adulterous men and women who were stoned by Muhammad and his companions. Yet we read in today's Quran, Al-Nur 24.2, The woman and the man guilty of adultery or fornication, flog each of them with 100 lashes. Let not compassion move you in their case in a matter prescribed by Allah if you believe in Allah and the last day. And let a party of the believers witness their punishment. Omar said, adultery was not only a capital offense, but one which demanded stoning. This verse is now missing from the Quran, and that is why Omar raised this issue. Believers need to ask themselves whether indeed their Quran can be claimed to be the same as that passed down by Muhammad to his companions. With evidence such as this here addressed, as well as of hundreds of other discrepancies, the Quran in our possession today becomes all the more suspect. Sahih Muslim Hadith 4191, narrated by Ubadah ibn al-Samit. Allah Messenger said, when an unmarried male commits adultery with an unmarried female, they should receive 100 lashes and banishment for 1 year. And in the case of married male committing adultery with a married female, they shall receive 100 lashes and be stoned to death. Al-Muwatta Hadith 41.1. Malik related to me from Nafi that Abdullah ibn Umar said, the Jews came to the Messenger of Allah and mentioned to him that a man and a woman from among them had committed adultery. So the Messenger of Allah gave the order and they were stoned. Abdullah ibn Umar added, I saw the man leaning over the woman to protect her from the stones. Sunan Abu Dawud Hadith 4443, narrated by An-Nu'man ibn Bashir. Habib ibn Salim said, a man called Abdul Rahman bin Hunyan had intercourse with his wife's slave girl. The matter was brought to An-Nu'man bin Bashir, who was the governor of Kufa. He said, I shall decide between you in accordance with the decision of the Apostle of Allah. If she made her lawful for you, I shall flog you 100 lashes. If she did not make her lawful for you, I shall stone you to death. So they found that she had made her lawful for him. He therefore flogged him 100 lashes. Sahih Bukhari Hadith 5.188, narrated by Amr bin Maymun. During the pre-Islamic period of ignorance, I saw a she-monkey surrounded by a number of monkeys. They were all stoning it because it had committed illegal sexual intercourse. I too stoned it along with them. Believers and unbelievers, this hadith is a real gem, and I cannot understand how Bukhari actually included it among the Sahih traditions. Even the monkeys had knowledge of the stoning verse before Muhammad's Quran and applied it amongst themselves. They must have obviously learnt about it from a divine revelation similar to the ones that were descending upon Muhammad. Sahih Bukhari Hadith 8.804, narrated by Ash-Shaybani. I asked Abdullah bin Abi Awfa, did Allah's Apostle carry out the rajm penalty, i.e. the stoning to death? He said yes. I said, was it before the revelation of Surah An-Nur or after it? He replied, I don't know. Sahih Bukhari Hadith 8.806, narrated by Abu Huraira. A man came to Allah's Apostle while he was in the mosque, and he called him, saying, O Allah's Apostle, I have committed illegal sexual intercourse. The Prophet turned his face to the other side, but that man repeated his statement 4 times. And after he bore witness against himself 4 times, the Prophet called him, saying, Are you mad? The man said, No. The Prophet said, Are you married? The man said, Yes. Then the Prophet said, Take him away and stone him to death. Jabir bin Abdullah continued, I was among the ones who participated in stoning him, and we stoned him at the Musalla. When the stones troubled him, he fled, but we overtook him at the Harra and stoned him to death. All the above reports and many, many more indicate that there was the verse of Rajm as part of the Quran, but is not in the Uthmanic and current Qurans. The most extraordinary fact is that it is Umar ibn al-Khattab, one of the most intimate of Muhammad's companions, and also the second Khalifa of Islam, who is asserting that the stoning verse existed and does not exist in Uthman's Quran. Any intelligent and independently inquiring mind would raise the following points. Why is the stoning verse missing from Uthman's Quran? Umar is not the only one asserting the previous existence of this verse. We have also shown that numerous other verses are missing from Uthman's edited version of the Quran. Ladies and gentlemen, as we have repeatedly demonstrated, based entirely upon the Muhammadan records themselves, that many others attest to Umar's assertion that Muhammad stoned those who committed adultery without any basis in the Quran. Furthermore, how many other verses are missing because the Huffaz, the memorizers, who heard them from Muhammad, died in the Muslim slaughters after his death? How can even a single revelation from Allah be missing from the Quran, if Allah is the same as the God of Israel and Jesus? Why does the Sunnah overrule the Quran? Can any follower of Muhammad explain these incredibly disturbing facts in a rational manner? Personally, I have absolutely no doubt that no one can.
Muhammad's followers tell the world that he was the perfect male human specimen, that he was decent, valiant, brave, compassionate, honorable, etc. My own studies of Muhammad's character, based upon the very records of Mohammedans themselves, indicate otherwise. What's your input?
As we progress with our series, every single characteristic of Muhammad will be scrutinized, and we shall enlighten our audience about them based, as usual, entirely upon the Muhammadan records themselves that invariably prove the opposite of what the Muhammadan scholars do their best to deceive both the believers and the unbelievers. So far, we have touched on several of his characteristics in our chapters 33, 38, 41, 43, 59, 89, and 93. Muhammad was actually the most consummate artist on deception, fraud, and lying. The Arabs of the so-called Jahiliyyah, days of ignorance, had more honor, veracity, and decency than they ever had or could ever have after Muhammad and his Quran have done to pervert them. He encouraged treachery, lying, betrayal, deception, and all other similarly nefarious characteristics for as long as they were useful to his agenda, to convert the whole of humanity to his twisted vision of Islam. These accusations are not based on anger or hate, but are based entirely upon the Muhammadan Muslim records themselves, in the Quran, in the Hadith, and in their history, as we shall show. Al-Baqarah 2.6. As for the disbelievers, it is the same whether you warn them or not, they will not believe. Allah has set a seal upon their hearts, upon their hearing, and a covering over their eyes. There is a great torment for them. The disbelievers, ladies and gentlemen, will not believe because Allah had already predestined them to be so. Allah has set a seal upon their hearts, upon their hearing. They are not at fault since they have no choice in the matter. Yet the merciful and compassionate Allah nonetheless sends them to eternal damnation in His hell. In fact, Allah's predestination is the ultimate form of deception. 2.9. They deceive Allah and those who believe, but they only deceive themselves. How is it possible, from both the intellectual and theological points of view, to claim that mere human beings can deceive Allah if Allah is the God of Israel? This statement is unadulterated blasphemy. An-Nisa 4.142. Surely the hypocrites strive to deceive Allah. He shall retaliate by deceiving them. This verse reduces Allah to a petulant child perpetrating schemes and deception upon His own creation. This depiction is also pure blasphemy. Al-Ma'idah 5.41. Whom Allah wants to deceive, you cannot help. Allah does not want them to know the truth, because He intends to disgrace them and then torture them. It is a pathetic belief system if its God, Allah, conspires and deceives His own creation and then without mercy or justice have them tortured in His hell. In fact, the above verse is pure idolatry, to give human attributes of deception, scheming, and plotting to any divine entity. Al-Ma'idah 5.101. Believers, do not ask questions about things which, if made plain and declared to you, may vex you, causing you trouble. Some people before you did ask such questions, and on that account they lost their faith and became disbelievers. Muhammad could not tolerate being asked questions that he could not answer. Hence, to mitigate against this happening, so that he can continually deceive his followers, he conveniently revealed the above verse, as always sanctifying his prohibition. Al-Anfal 8.30. Remember how the unbelievers plotted against you, Muhammad. They plotted, and Allah too had arranged a plot, but Allah is the best schemer. Ishaq 3:2-3. I am Allah, the best of plotters. I deceived them with my guile, so that I delivered you from them. What kind of a God would extol the failings of mortals, such as deception, scheming, plotting, and counterplotting? What kind of a God is so immoral and unjust as to consign innocents to the tortures of his hell? Are these verses not blasphemous when applied to any supreme creator? Al-Anfal 8.71. If they try to deceive you, remember they have deceived Allah before. How could mere mortals deceive the allegedly all-knowing Allah? Only if Allah is not God can this be possible. Al-Ra'd 13.27. Say, Allah leads whosoever He wills astray. Does the listener need any more unambiguous statements asserting the predestination of mankind? If mankind is predestined, what for is then the need for religion? And if there is no need for religion, then there is obviously no need for prophets or for Satan. Hence, there is no purpose for Muhammad or his Quran. Al-Ghafir 40.32. Any whom Allah causes to err, there is no guide. That is how Allah leads the skeptic astray. Muhammad's Quran, being a reflection of his own character, is full of deception and betrayal. Bukhari 4.268. Allah's apostle said, war is deceit. Bukhari 5.369. Allah's apostle said, who is willing to kill Ka'b bin Ashraf, who has hurt Allah and his apostle? Thereupon Muhammad bin Maslama got up and said, O Allah's apostle, would you like me to kill him? The Prophet said, yes. Maslama said, then allow me to say false things in order to deceive him. The Prophet said, you may say such things. It is crystal clear from the above hadith that Muhammad allowed and sanctions murder, deception and lies to achieve his ends. Since Ka'b bin Ashraf was an Arabian of the faith of the Jews, he could not have been the enemy of Allah if Allah is the same as the God of Israel. Hence Muhammad's accusation that he was an enemy of Allah is a deception and a blatant lie used only to justify his murder because he opposed Muhammad's slaughter of the Quraysh leaders at Badr. Bukhari 7.427. The Prophet said, if I take an oath and later find something else better than that, then I do what is better and expiate my oath. Does any listener need more confirmation of the depraved indifference shown by Muhammad regarding any truth? Ishaq 3.65 or Tabari 7.94. Muhammad bin Maslama said, O Messenger, we shall have to tell lies. Say what you like, Muhammad replied. You are absolved, free to say whatever you must. Only in Muhammad's twisted morality could a so-called prophet allow deceptions, betrayals, and murder assassinations. What is most revealing in the verses of this section is the fact that his newly converted followers were actually apprehensive to tell lies or to betray trust in their earlier state of ignorance. In reality, they were much more decent and nobler when they were pagans and before becoming Muslims. Ishaq 3.83. One of the young men's fathers confronted Muhammad and said, you have robbed my son of his life by your deception and brought great sorrow to me. Even the illiterate pagan Arabs, his own people and tribe, knew how false Muhammad was. Ishaq 5.19. Hajjaj said to the apostle, I have money scattered among the Meccan merchants, so give me permission to go and get it. Having got Muhammad's permission, he said, I must tell lies. The apostle said, tell them, again and again and again. The hadiths paint a disgusting and unholy, but truthful and factual portrayal of Muhammad. Betrayal, deception, and lying were and are the hallmark of Muhammad and his followers unto this day. Tabari 8.23. Nu'aym came to the Prophet. I have become a Muslim, but my tribe does not know of my Islam. So command me whatever you will. Muhammad said, make them abandon each other, if you can, so that they will leave us, for war is deception. Even in the 21st century, 1400 years later, nothing has changed. The modern followers of Muhammad, politicians, educators, leaders, and their media do their best to deceive the unbelievers as well as the believers by doing their best to pretend and distancing themselves from those whom they call radical Muslims. In fact and in reality, they actually agree, condone and support suicide bombings, assassinations, terror, and the undermining of our democracies with the sole aim of Islamizing the whole of humanity. Ladies and gentlemen, YouTube have terminated our series without any justification. They did so without a single prior warning given to us as to which, if any, rules were broken. They did so totally arbitrarily and without giving us the opportunity to explain our side of the story. This is a draconian act against all known judicious laws, whether Judeo-Christian or not, excepting, of course, Sharia law. We have not broken a single one of their terms and conditions, but this did not stop them from knuckling under to the followers of Muhammad who flag any and all sites that expose the truth and facts about Muhammad and his Quran. Paraphrasing Edmund Burke, I say, all that is necessary for evil to triumph is that good men and women do nothing. A lot of the history of the struggle between good and evil can be explained by Edmund Burke's observation. Time and again, those who profess to be good clearly outnumber those who are evil, yet those who are evil prevail far too often. It is almost never that numbers determine the outcome of a struggle, but whether those who claim to be good men and women are willing to stand up and fight for what they know to be right. There is an enormous number of examples of this sad and awful scenario being played out over and over again in scriptures and in history. Freedom is never handed freely. People must have to struggle and go to war to secure their freedom. It is humanity's most precious treasure. Without it, we are nothing more than domesticated animals being herded and controlled by tyrants. To keep this most precious treasure safe and sound, we must all be vigilant as well as ready to defend and to preserve it at all costs. We are free because our fathers, mothers, brothers, sisters, and or grandparents fought and died to keep us free. We have not earned this freedom. It was bequeathed to us through the sacrifices of others in its defense. As the guardians and custodians of the liberty of our own children, our grandchildren, and all our future generations, we have no other choice but to continue the process of preserving it. We have absolutely no right to squander it and let our descendants live as slaves to any political or religious organization. When good men and women do nothing, they get nothing good done. When good men and women do nothing, evil triumphs by default. The fundamentalist followers of Muhammad have had and continue to have a single and very publicly declared objective in mind: to Islamize the whole of humanity, to subjugate it, or to slaughter it. You must all remember that it was Muhammad in his Quran that unilaterally declared total and eternal war against us, the so-called unbelievers, and not the other way around. We, who are free human beings, outnumber the followers of Muhammad, and yet it is not inconceivable that they could win because of our self-interest, divided agendas, and differences. In reality, we have the collective ability, technologically, intellectually, numerically, and militarily, if the will were there, to completely overcome and re-educate the followers of Muhammad in a short period of time. We have been terminated because of the fact that we have been revealing in every single chapter of ours that addressed different facets of either Muhammad or his Quran based entirely upon their own records in the Arabic language, our own mother tongue. I would like to repeat yet again, to those who have not listened to our series and even to those who have, that our issue is not with the majority of the followers of Muhammad, who are the first and worst victims of the cult of Muhammad and Islam, but with the message of Muhammad's Quran especially, and the fundamentalists who believe and act upon its verses. We, as any believers in the one and only God, are Muslims, a fact that has been deliberately and willfully ignored and falsified by the followers of Muhammad for the last 1400 years. I would like to reiterate once again that it is entirely by divine justice that the very hadiths that explain the Quran and traditions to the followers of Muhammad are the same that utterly discredit the veracity and alleged divine origin of the Quran, as we have been able to demonstrate in 101 chapters before we were silenced. The fundamentalist followers of Muhammad demonstrate their depravity, hate-mongering, racism, warmongering, tyranny, disloyalty, hypocrisy, cowardice, stupidity and ignorance in almost every corner of the globe, perpetrated not only against so-called unbelievers, but also against other sects of so-called believers. All of you who want to actually see them in action should go to www.memri.com, MEMRI, which is the Middle East Media Research Institute, which has a library of thousands of videos from all over the Islamic world in their own Arabic language with translations from their own media. You will, I guarantee you, find the most mind-boggling videos ever about Muhammad and Islam, not scripted by Christian pigs, or ape-like Jews, or Western imperialists, or Hindu kuffar, but by the followers of Muhammad themselves. You will be able to see and listen, for example, to a Muhammadan scholar in this 21st century refuting the spherical shape of the earth because the Quran states that it is flat. He asserts that all the satellite pictures that we have are false since they contradict the Quran. Or mullahs screaming at their congregations, assuring them that Muhammadan Islam is superior to all other belief systems, and without so-called Islamic science, the West would still be living in caves. As I mentioned previously, any belief is not a negotiable item, no matter how contrary to facts and reality it may be. That is exactly why the followers of Muhammad, who made comments to our chapters, could not and would not agree to any of our statements without having to abandon their Muhammadan Islamic beliefs, without apostatizing. They thus must remain in denial for the rest of their lives. The worst to suffer among the Muhammadans are their women folk, who are considered by Muhammad and his male followers, as we have amply demonstrated, as just one rung up the evolutionary ladder than domestic animals. They are enslaved, terrorized, subjugated, kept in most cases as ignorance, humiliated and subjected to genital mutilation by their males so as to control their mind, their body and their soul. The ability of the followers of Muhammad to coerce our spineless and mindless political, religious, media and academic elites is based upon two items: fear of violence and petrodollars. It is left to all of us, the neglected and marginalized people, the absolute majority in all of our countries, to achieve what our ignoble leaders are not willing to do. We in the Western democracies especially wield infinitely more power together than we as individuals can ever imagine. We are the ones who elect and pay the taxes that keep most of these imbeciles in power. We are the ones who serve and keep the internet, Google and YouTube alive and going. We together can move not only mountains but governments out of power when we act together and in concert regarding very legitimate issues that concern all of us. The security and inviolability of our freedom and democracy is at the forefront of our aspirations and concerns. We should create a movement on the internet that can influence our elected policymakers to pay attention to our real and not imaginary fears as the threat of Muhammadan Islam from within and without. This movement will also make it difficult for anyone on the internet to silence or prohibit us from expressing our freedom of expression. As far as we are concerned, we shall continue our program of educating, enlightening and exposing the facts and reality of Muhammadan Islam to the whole world of so-called believers and unbelievers, based entirely upon the very Arabic sources themselves and no other. We shall once more upload all our previous chapters with new ones and hope you will once again spread the word about us and save our chapters in your blogs out of harm's way. We would like to take this opportunity to thank all of you who have come to our defense in an outstanding and heartwarming show of wrath and disgust at our treatment and for the right of all of us to have a free and unfettered ability to express our opinions.
According to Muhammad, he received Allah's revelations not directly, unlike Moses, Kalimu Allah, but indirectly through the agency of the angel Gabriel. From my own research, I have no doubt that Muhammad did not know who Gabriel actually was, what his name meant, and where and when he first appeared in the Bible. What has your research determined?
I have to concur absolutely with all your conclusions. To start with, neither Muhammad nor his pagan Arabs had any knowledge of the Bible, nor obviously of the characters that filled it. As confirmed by Muhammad himself In Al-Tirmidhi Hadith 2215, narrated by Ubay ibn Ka'b, Ubay told of Allah's Messenger meeting Gabriel and saying, I have been sent, Gabriel, to a people who are unlettered, among whom are old women and old men, boys and girls, and men who have never read a book. He replied, the Quran, Muhammad, has been sent down in 7 modes. From our extensive research, we have shown and will continue to prove that this was the case, and that Muhammad's alleged revelations were based entirely upon stories that he had heard recited by rabbis, priests, or storytellers, especially during the Ukaz fairs, as well as from his wife Khadija and her Christian uncle Waraqah bin Nawfal. Nonetheless, Muhammad got most of them jumbled up in time and space, as we have been proving. In the Quran, Gabriel is called Jibril, which is a Syriac and not an Arabic word, derived from the Hebrew Gibor El, meaning God is mighty. His name first appeared in the Bible in Daniel 8:15. When I, Daniel, saw the vision, I sought understanding. Then, behold, there stood before me the likeness of a man. I heard a human voice in the middle of the Ulai. He called out and said, Gabriel, explain the vision to this man. So he came to where I was standing. When he came, I was terrified and I fell face down. He said to me, understand, son of man, that the vision concerns the time of the end. Luke 1:18. And Zacharias said unto the angel, whereby shall I know this? And the angel answering him said, I am Gabriel, that stand in the presence of God. Matthew 1:20. But while he thought on these things, behold, the angel of the Lord appeared unto him in a dream, saying, Joseph, thou son of David, fear not to take unto thee Mary thy wife, for that which is conceived in her is of the Holy Ghost. Gabriel was the angel who gave the good tidings to Mary, and who is now allegedly bringing new, good, but bloody tidings to Muhammad. The following are surahs that name or allude to Gabriel as being the messenger of revelations. Al-Baqarah 2.97. Say, whoever is an enemy to Gabriel, for he brings down the revelation to thy heart by Allah's will, a confirmation of what went before, and guidance and glad tidings for those who believe. Whoever is an enemy to Allah and his angels and apostles, to Gabriel and Michael. Dear listeners, one should ask the following relevant but simple question. Why would Gabriel, who allegedly foretold the coming of Jesus as the Messiah and Redeemer of all mankind, now announces the arrival of another, different Redeemer? I repeat again to our listeners, believers and unbelievers, that they should be aware that neither Muhammad nor the pagan Arabs had any idea who Gabriel was, where his name first appeared, whom he had met, whom he had inspired, and what the meaning of his name is. The followers of Muhammad of today, even after the lapse of almost 1400 years, are as ignorant of previous revelations, ummiyun, as their forefathers were in the days of the Jahiliyyah paganism. Sahih al-Bukhari 1.3, narrated by Aisha. The mother of the faithful believer said, the commencement of the divine inspiration to Allah's apostle was in the form of dreams. The truth descended upon him while he was in the cave of Hira. The angel Gabriel came to him and asked him to read. The Prophet replied, I do not know how to read. The Prophet added, the angel caught me forcefully and pressed me so hard that I could not bear it any more. He then released me and again asked me to read. Thereupon he caught me for the 3rd time and pressed me, and then released me and said, اقرأ باسم ربك الذي خلق خلق الإنسان من علق اقرأ وربك الأكرم Al-Alaq 96.1. Read in the name of thy Lord who has created man from a clot. Read, and your Lord is the most generous. Then Allah's apostle returned with the inspiration and with his heart beating severely to his wife Khadija, who accompanied him to her cousin Waraqah bin Nawfal, who, during the pre-Islamic period, became a Christian and used to write the writing with Hebrew letters. He would write from the gospel in Hebrew as much as Allah wished him to write. He was an old man and had lost his sight. Khadija said to Waraqah, listen to the story of your nephew, O my cousin. Waraqah asked, O my nephew, what have you seen? Allah's apostle described whatever he had seen. Waraqah said, this is the same one who keeps the secrets, the angel Gabriel, whom Allah had sent to Moses. The most glaring difference between Gabriel's appearances to Zachariah and Mary, as compared to that with Muhammad, is the violence and intimidation in the latter vis-à-vis the peaceful and gentle ones with the former. With Zachariah and Mary, Gabriel introduced himself with assurances to both that they had nothing to fear, and then explained to them the purpose of his intercession. Not so in the story of his alleged encounter with Muhammad. In the case of Muhammad, Gabriel, without any introduction whatsoever, merely ordered Muhammad to read something that he, Gabriel, should have definitely known, being the angel of Allah, the All-Knowing, that the allegedly illiterate Muhammad could not read. Besides being an ignorant angel, he, contrary to his previous modus operandi, used physical violence against Muhammad to press his point. Moreover, if Waraqah were truly a Christian and well read in the Bible, he could not have ever said the stupid and untrue statements put in his mouth by the hadith writers, that Gabriel also appeared to Moses when in reality God spoke directly to Moses without the need of any intermediaries. Waraqah would have known that no angel ever came to Moses, and definitely not Gabriel. Like so many errors, falsehoods, misrepresentations and downright lies in the Quran, the ahadith had no choice but to follow suit. According to the ahadith reports, Gabriel was in constant and repeated touch with Muhammad, justifying every action and utterance through an ayah, verse, that invariably descended very conveniently after each event and not before. There is no doubt that the manner with which these stories are recited shows that Muhammad actually believed that the Gabriel that he himself created in his own mind, split personality syndrome, was real and was giving him instructions from Allah. He was thus justifying all his actions of broken treaties, murder, hate-mongering, warmongering, destruction, enslavement and plunder, besides the enormous amounts of plagiarized theology pirated from the Christians, Jews, pagan Arabs and others. Sahih al-Bukhari 4.431 narrated by Abu Hurairah. The Prophet said, if Allah loves a person, he calls Gabriel saying, Allah loves so and so. O Gabriel, love him. Gabriel would love him and make an announcement among the inhabitants of the heaven. How could Muhammad have known what Allah does and does not do without having communicated directly with him, especially since Gabriel, according to all the records that we have available, did not inform him of Allah's private affairs? Sahih Bukhari Hadith 5.112 narrated by Abu Salama. Aisha said, once Allah's apostle said to me, O Aisha, this is Gabriel greeting you. I said, peace and Allah's mercy and blessing be upon him. You see what I don't see. Sahih Bukhari 5.373 narrated by Ibn Abbas. On the day of Uhud, the Prophet said, this is Gabriel holding the head of his horse and equipped with war material. Throughout the Quran and Ahadith, Muhammad and his followers only won battles because of the support they received from thousands of angels against the vastly outnumbered victims of Muhammad. All these battles were unfair and one-sided, since Allah's hordes were supporting Muhammad and his followers. Ladies and gentlemen, contrary to what the Quran and Ahadith falsely assert, the angel Gabriel never appeared to any of the characters in the Torah, nor to anyone else in the Hebrew Bible except Daniel, and to Zachariah and Mary in the Gospels.
I find the level of hypocrisy practiced by the so-called scholars of Mohammedan Islam not only abysmal, but also disturbing, since these scholars are supposed to be the harbingers of truth and historical facts. What is your opinion?
What you have just said is not only disturbing, but also frightening, since they are doing so in spite of the incredible ease with which people are able to investigate on the internet any and all subjects known to mankind at the click of a mouse. It is frightening because they are deceiving new generations of the followers of Muhammad into believing their falsehood and mendacities, while forbidding them from studying any other scriptures beyond the Quran. They are forbidden from reading these other scriptures, lest they are then able to compare and contrast them with the utterly false Quranic versions, thus inducing in their minds the beginnings of doubt. Doubt would make people think, investigate, and question even more. These intellectual exercises are expressly forbidden in Muhammad's Quran for the very exact reason that Muhammad did not want anyone to ask him questions that he could not possibly have logical answers for. Neither the pagan Quraysh nor the Judaized Arabs accepted his version of Islam, and when they questioned him about the differences between the biblical versions of events and his, he became upset, angry, and full of ignorant replies. His anger was precisely because he could not answer the questions truthfully, simply because his versions of events were entirely invented by him as he went along. All those who deceive and lie exhibit the same symptoms of agitation and upset whenever they are found out. Muhammad did not want his followers, or anyone else for that matter, to ask questions that he could not possibly answer satisfactorily. To eliminate such an event from ever happening, he created the following verse ayah, and as usual ascribed it to the unsuspecting Allah, hence making it a divine and inviolate ordinance. Al-Ma'idah 5.101. O ye who believe, ask not questions about things which, if made plain to you, may cause you trouble. But if ye ask about things when the Quran is being revealed, they will be made plain to you. Some people before you did ask such questions, and on that account lost their faith. Ladies and gentlemen, can any believer listening to this chapter explain why, if a question is answered clearly, would cause the questioner trouble? If so, why would the next verse assert that the Quran would make it clear? It is obvious that one is asking a question precisely because the Quran has not made it clear in the first place, and hence requires a proper answer. Sahih al-Bukhari Hadith 2.555, narrated by Ash-Shabi. Muawiyah wrote to Al-Mughira bi Shu'bah, write to me something which you have heard from the Prophet. So Al-Mughira wrote, I heard the Prophet saying, Allah has hated for you three things. 1. Vain talks. 2. Wasting of wealth. 3. And asking too many questions in disputed religious matters. Sahih al-Bukhari Hadith 9.394, narrated by Abu Musa al-Ashari. Allah's Apostle was asked about things which he disliked, and when the people asked too many questions, he became angry. Sahih al-Bukhari 4.73, narrated by Abdullah bin Abu Awfa. Allah's Apostle said, know that paradise is under the shades of swords. He then said, O Allah, the revealer of the holy book, the mover of the clouds, and defeater of Al-Ahzab, defeat them infidels and bestow victory upon us. Muhammad and his Quran never miss an opportunity to show their warmongering, hate-filled and abominable natures in hundreds of verses wishing death, destruction, plundering or subjugation on most of humanity unless and until they believe in Allah and in Muhammad as the messenger of Allah. There is absolutely nothing in the Quran which shows a path to true salvation or redemption, especially since all of Allah's creation is predestined and has no free will or choice. Sahih al-Bukhari 4.210, narrated by Salim Abu al-Nadir. Once Allah's Apostle waited till the sun had declined, and then he got up among the people and said, O people, do not wish to face the enemy in battle and ask Allah to save you from calamities. But if you should face the enemy, then be patient and let it be known to you that paradise is under the shades of swords. According to the Muhammadan Muslim traditions, all of Muhammad's so-called battles, actually piratical raids for plunder, were holy. Even Muhammad's paradise is subject to the tyranny and terror of swords, the symbols of death and destruction. There is not an iota of spirituality, of mercy or compassion in the whole of Muhammad's Quran or the Hadiths.
Muhammad's followers tell the world that he destroyed all the pagan Arabian beliefs and traditions and brought them the new religion of Islam. How accurate and true are these claims?
It is incumbent upon us to repeat as many times as necessary that almost all their claims are untrue, unsubstantiated, false and deceptive, because the moment they are put under scrutiny based entirely upon the Muhammadan records themselves, all these mendacities can be and are uncovered. Let us start with the fact that all Muhammadan scholars agree that the practice of pilgrimage existed centuries before the rise of Muhammadan Islam. Muhammad and his pagan Arab, the tribe of Quraysh, as well as other pagan Arabs, were accustomed to celebrating this pilgrimage. Even after Muhammad declared himself the apostle of Allah, he and his followers continued to perform the pilgrimage's rites with the pagans at the Kaaba, which was still a house of idolatry since it still contained all 360 idols of stone. In the final analysis, Muhammad only changed a few items from the pagan traditions and fetishes, but successfully wrapped each one of them with his version of Islam. Almost every major Islamic history book documents these facts. After the conquest of Mecca, the pilgrimage was turned by Muhammad into one of the 5 pillars of Muhammadan Islam. Muhammad banned the Arab polytheists from the Hajj after the year of the conquest. They were given 4 months either to embrace his cult of Islam or be slaughtered. Thus it will always be with peaceful Muhammadan Islam. After that, Muhammad made very slight changes in the ceremonial rituals of the pilgrimage, although he destroyed all the idols of the Kaaba. Yet Muhammad himself continued to practice many pagan rituals. He did not abolish them nor reject them. This created some consternation among some of his followers who expected him to completely uproot these idolatrous rudiments. Muhammadan Muslims continued and continue to date to practice many of the pre-Islamic pagan rituals, such as running between the 2 hills of Safa and Marwa or kissing the black stone. In the first case, Arab polytheists were accustomed to running between the 2 hills to glorify the idols that were erected, whom they called Isaf and Na'ila. When Muhammad destroyed the idols, his followers were ashamed to continue this practice and asked Muhammad about it. Soon, he claimed that a Quranic verse was revealed to him in which this practice was reordained. Hadith Bukhari 2.195, for instance, remarks, one of the companions said to Anas bin Malik, "Did you used to hate running between the Safa and Marwa?" He said, "Yes, because it was part of the pre-Islamic rituals until Allah gave Muhammad this verse and proclaimed that it was also one of Allah's ceremonial rites." We also read in Sahih Muslim 3.411, adherents of the Prophet, when they were still in the pre-Islamic period, used to come up to visit 2 idols, Isaf and Na'ila. Then they would go and run between Safa and Marwa. Then they would have their hair cut. When Islam was established, they hated to run between them, but Allah sent down this verse, Al-Baqarah 2.158. Safa and Marwa are among the symbols of Allah. So if those who visit the house in the season or at other times should compass them round it, there is no sin in them. In Asbab al-Nuzul by Imam al-Suyuti, page 27, Ibn Abbas himself said, the demons in the Jahiliyyah used to circumnavigate all night around these 2 mountains. The idols were erected between them. When Islam came, they, the Muslims, said, "O Apostle of Allah, we would never run between the Safa and Marwa because this is an unfavorable matter which we were accustomed to do in the Jahiliyyah." Thus Allah gave the verse above. This unfavorable matter was strongly related to idolatry, but even so, Muhammad refused to abolish it, and several Quranic verses were given to confirm it. Muhammad himself performed it, and Muhammadan Muslims are still practicing it today. Fiqh Sunnah 5.85 attempts to explain the historical background for the sa'i, the running between Safa and Marwa. Ibn Abbas said, Prophet Ibrahim brought Hajar, his wife, and her son Ismail, whom she was still nursing as a baby, and left them at the site of the house of Allah under a tree above the Zamzam. Mecca at that time was a place where there was neither water nor any dweller. He left a bag of dates and a container of water for them. Hajar drank from her water container and nursed her baby until all the water she had was gone. Her son grew hungrier and hungrier. She could hardly bear to look at him. She went and stood at Safa, the hill nearest to her. She looked down the valley to see if there was someone who could help. She could see no one. So she climbed down Safa and reached the valley. She struggled hard, crossed the valley, and reached Marwa. She stood on Marwa and looked around. Still, she could not see anyone around. She repeated this 7 times. Ibn Abbas added, the Prophet said, It is to commemorate this walk that pilgrims walk between Safa and Marwa. Our listeners should be made aware that the above story was concocted by Muhammad and his followers, since the Bible has no knowledge of Abraham, Ishmael, and Hagar of ever having visited Arabia or Mecca. In fact, the names Allah, Mecca, Kaaba, Zamzam, etc. do not exist anywhere in the Bible. Moreover, why would Allah have a house in Mecca where there was no water and no people? Why does the Quran assert that it was Abraham and Ishmael who actually put up the foundations of the house if there already was a house in situ? Can anyone among the believers who are listening dispute what we are saying? Sunan of Abu Dawood Hadith 1867, narrated by Abu Huraira. The Apostle of Allah entered Mecca, and after the Apostle of Allah had gone forward to the stone and touched it, he went round the house, the Kaaba. He then went to a Safa and mounted it so that he could look at the house. Then he raised his hands and began to mention to Allah as much as he wished and make supplication. Al-Tirmidhi Hadith 2624, narrated by Aisha. The Prophet said, throwing pebbles at the Jamrah and running between the Safa and Al-Marwa were appointed only for the remembrance of Allah. Ladies and gentlemen, not a single word in the hadiths above represent any theological truth or fact based on any documentary evidence or even upon any oral pagan Arabian tradition. The agenda of Muhammadan scholars had been and continues to be the creation for the Arabs and Muhammad a worthy genealogy, an ancestry and a history connecting the Hebrews, Abraham and Ishmael to themselves. They were and are still willing to go to any length of perversity, mendacity, deception and any depth of stupidity and illogic to achieve this goal. Every alleged tradition of theirs is mere chimera and mirage of their fertile imagination, as far away from any truth as the furthest galaxy is from the earth. It is a pitiful and a pitiable sight when so-called learned Muhammadan scholars stoop to such levels of intellectual and theological depravity against all facts and all of documented history. To prove my point, let us decipher the above stories item by item. Abraham, Hagar and Ishmael, according to the original story in the Bible, never went to Mecca or Arabia. Ishmael resided in the land of Paran. 2. The well that was revealed to Hagar was in Beersheba in the land of Canaan and not in Mecca in Arabia and was not called Zamzam. 3. Abraham, Hagar and Ishmael had no knowledge of any God called Allah. 4. When Hagar and Ishmael were dismissed from Abraham's household, Ishmael was a teenager of at least 14 years of age and was definitely not a suckling baby. Genesis 21:12 to 21. 5. By what standard of logic should one believe that a holy place existed, the house of Allah, in a place called Mecca, where no one lived since there was no water to sustain life? 6. According to other hadiths, Zamzam was a well in the valley where Mecca was, and not above the town. Hence, what is the Zamzam referred to here if it is not a well? 7. All that Muhammad and his followers performed during the Hajj up to the present time, such as the running between Safa and Marwa, the kissing or touching of the black stone, the Ihram, the Umrah, etc., etc., were pagan Arabian traditions and fetishes long before Muhammad and his Quran. 8. Since according to the Quran, the Bible is Allah's revelations to the people of Israel, then how is it possible that the stories as depicted in the Quran contradict every one of these divine revelations? Muhammad had no choice but to incorporate all the pagan Arabian traditions and fetishes into his new cult beliefs. Otherwise, his Quraysh tribe and the other pagan Arabs would not have followed him. That is, he very conveniently Islamized them and gave them a biblical background to make them sanctified and holy.
Based upon my own research of both the Quran and the Hadiths, I have come to the conclusion that Muhammad was a delusional megalomaniac. Everything that is allegedly revealed to him in his Quran centered entirely upon himself, his own selfish persona. Will you verify this based upon the Mohammedan records themselves?
In fact, it is almost impossible for any thinking human being to come to any other conclusion based entirely on a small sample of the following verses from the Quran and Hadith that are self-evident in their meaning. Al-Baqarah 2.104. You of faith, say not to the Prophet words of ambiguous import like listen to us, but words of respect, and obey him. To those who don't submit, there is a grievous punishment. Al-Nisa 4.12. Those who obey Allah and His Messenger will be admitted to gardens to abide therein, and that will be the supreme achievement. But those who disobey Allah and His Messenger and transgress will be admitted to a fire to abide therein. 4.65. They can have no faith until they make you, Muhammad, judge in all disputes, and find in their souls no resistance against your decisions, accepting them with complete submission. 4.80. He who obeys the Messenger obeys Allah. 4.114. He who disobeys the Apostle after guidance has been revealed will burn in hell. Al-Ahzab 33.36. No Muslim has any choice after Allah and His Apostle have decided a matter. You, Muhammad, may have whomever you desire. There is no blame. 33.53. O ye who believe, enter not the Prophet's apartments until leave is given you for a meal. Linger not for conversation. Lo, that would cause annoyance to the Prophet. Such behavior bothers him. He is ashamed to dismiss you, but Allah is not ashamed to tell you the truth. 33.56. Allah and His angels shower blessings on the Prophet. So believers, send your blessings on him and salute him with all respect. Those who speak negatively of Allah and His Apostle shall be cursed. Al-Fath 48.10. Verily, those who swear allegiance to you, Muhammad, indeed swear their allegiance to Allah. It is evident from the verses above that Muhammad and Allah are on the same level of importance and reverence. Whatever does not please Muhammad, the same with Allah. Al-Qaf 49.1. Believers, be not forward in the presence of Allah and His Messenger. Raise not your voices above the voice of the Prophet, nor speak loudly around him. Al-Hashr 59.6. Allah gives His Messenger lordship and power over whomever He wills. Al-Tahrim 66.1. O Prophet, why forbid yourself that which Allah has made lawful to you? You seek to please your consorts. Allah has already sanctioned for you the dissolution of all your vows. This verse very conveniently justifies Muhammad to have sex with as many and any women that his heart desires. Al-Qalam 68.4. You, Muhammad, are an exalted character of tremendous morality. Al-Kawthar 108.3. For he who insults you, Muhammad, will be cut off. Bukhari 1.14. The Prophet said, none of you will have faith till he loves me more than his father, his children, and all mankind. Bukhari 1.331. The Prophet said, I have been given 5 things which were not given to anyone else before me. 1. Allah made me victorious by terror. 2. The earth has been made for me. 3. Booty and plunder has been made lawful for me, yet it was not lawful for anyone else before me. 4. I have been given the right of intercession. 5. Every prophet used to be sent to his nation only, but I have been sent to all mankind. I refrain from making any comments on this and would very much like to read what our listeners think. Bukhari 4.203. I heard Allah's Apostle saying, he who obeys me obeys Allah, and he who disobeys me disobeys Allah. Muhammad and Allah are one and the same. Bukhari 4.732. Allah's Apostle said, I have 5 names. I am Muhammad and Ahmad, the praised one. I am Al-Mahi, through whom Allah will eliminate infidelity by killing every infidel. I am Al-Hashr, who will be the first to be resurrected, beating Jesus. And I am also Al-Aqib, because there will be no prophet after me. Al-Tirmidhi 5761, narrated by Abu Sa'id. Allah's Messenger said, I shall be preeminent among the descendants of Adam on the day of resurrection, and this is no boast. And in my hand will be the banner of praise, and this is no boast. There will be no prophet, Adam or any other, who will not be under my banner. I shall be the first from whom the earth will be cleft open, and this is no boast. This, after all, is Muhammad at his most humble. Bukhari 6.504. Allah's Apostle said, every prophet was given miracles because of which people believed. But what I have been given is divine inspiration which Allah has revealed to me. So I hope that my followers will outnumber the followers of the other prophets. Muhammad was correct. His followers became numerous through terror and conquests. But as we all know, quantity does not represent quality. Bukhari 8.610. Allah's Apostle actually saw with his own eyes the vision of all the things which were shown to him on the night journey to the Temple of Solomon in Jerusalem. It was not a dream. Muhammad, the humble, the sincere, the noble, the praised and the truthful, declared publicly to his followers, with commendable veracity, that he had just recently visited the Temple of Solomon in Jerusalem, when in reality such a temple had ceased to exist 550 years earlier. Bukhari 9.384. Allah's Apostle said, whoever obeys me will enter paradise. Ishaq 53. Muhammad's authority among the Quraysh was like a religion which the people followed and which could not be infringed. They always acted in accordance with its laws. Ishaq 205. If you are loyal to this undertaking, it will profit you in this world and the next. They said, we will accept you as a prophet under these conditions, but we want to know specifically what we will get in return for our loyalty. Muhammad said, I promise you paradise. Muhammad usurped the power of Allah if Allah were God, by promising those gullible, unlearned, illiterate and superstitious pagan Arabs who would believe in him as the messenger of Allah that they would end up in paradise. Ishaq 231. Whenever you differ about a matter, it must be referred to Allah and Muhammad. Ishaq 391. O people, this is Allah's apostle among you. Allah has honored and exalted you by him. So help him and strengthen him. Listen to his commands and obey them. Tabari 6.134. Men of the Khazraj, do you know what you are pledging yourselves to in swearing allegiance to this man Muhammad? Yes, they answered. In swearing allegiance to him, we are pledging ourselves to wage war against all mankind. Even 1400 years ago, some of the most unlearned, illiterate and simple people among the pagan Arabs concluded that they were declaring total war against all human beings who do not believe as they do. They were more realistic and intelligent than most of our political and theological leaders of today. Ishaq 471. We were steadfast trusting in him. We have a prophet by whom we will conquer all men. Ishaq 580. Allah's religion is the religion of Muhammad. Ladies and gentlemen, believers and unbelievers, the above sample verses reflect the state of mind of one who is a pathological narcissist, especially as we have shown that every letter, verse and chapter of the Quran are the product of Muhammad's own imagination, his alter ego, projected into the unsuspecting mouth of Allah to give them sanctity.
Mohammedan leaders and many in the media, politicians and Christian religious leaders tell the world that Islam means peace and it is a tolerant and peaceful religion. How can they say these things when every single day we see and hear about acts of terror committed by the followers of Muhammad in the name of Allah all over the world and invariably against defenseless civilians? Are they being politically correct or hiding their heads in the sand? What are the facts based on the Mohammedan Muslim records?
One can easily understand why the Muhammadan leaders would want to deceive and mislead people about the facts regarding Muhammad and Islam. After all, they have their agenda of converting, subjugating, or annihilating all human beings who do not believe as they do, as we have shown in our previous chapters. What is absolutely sickening, sycophantic, and disgusting are our political and religious leaders, as well as the media, who are doing their worst to misrepresent the facts in the name of cultural diversity, political correctness, and or stable relations between unbelievers and believers. The Christian religious leaders in particular show an incredible degree of cowardice and subservience vis-à-vis the followers of Muhammad. Let us look at the facts and reality. The Christians are publicly and regularly persecuted, discriminated against, murdered, enslaved, or exiled in almost every single Muhammadan country. For example, Iraq, so-called Palestine, Pakistan, Sudan, Egypt, Algeria, Nigeria, Lebanon, Saudi Arabia, Yemen, Kuwait, Afghanistan, etc., etc., etc. And yet, rarely do the Christian leaders, the media, or our politicians mention these acts, and when they do, it is in whispers or in small print. Contrary to the image painted by his followers as a man of peace, kindness, and compassion, the hadith records, as corroborated by the relevant verses in the Quran, show Muhammad as a man full of hate, spite, and vengeance, a political theocratic person with an incredible degree of intolerance when contradicted or satirized, and with utter contempt for the lives of those he perceived as his enemies. Muhammad repeatedly ordered his followers to commit acts of treason, deception, and murder, while he himself refrained from doing his own dirty work. He acted as, and was, in reality, the head of the first organized crime syndicate in history. Muhammad was the precursor of the mafia bosses who do their best not to be directly implicated in any and all criminal acts, but leave it to their underlings to do so. The following are just a few such instances as verified and attested to by Muhammadan historians. 1. Muhammad ordered the murder of any and all of his political, theological, and satirical opponents, male or female, young or old, free or slave, without mercy or compassion, and they were invariably tricked to their deaths and murdered when unarmed, such as the cases of Abu Afaq, 120 years old, who criticized Muhammad in verse for the murder of Al-Harith bin Samit. Muhammad demanded his murder. 2. Asma bint Marwan of Medina, who satirized Muhammad after having had Afaq murdered, was his next victim. Once again, he had one of his followers commit the nefarious deed. Who will rid me of Marwan's daughter? At which Umayr al-Khatmi immediately crept into her house and murdered her. On his return, he confirmed that he had killed her, at which Muhammad was greatly pleased and said to him, "You have greatly helped Allah and His Apostle, O Umayr." 3. Ka'b bin al-Ashraf of Medina, Sahih al-Bukhari 4.168. The Prophet said, "Who is ready to kill Ka'b bin al-Ashraf?" Muhammad bin Maslama replied, "Do you like me to kill him?" The Prophet replied in the affirmative. Muhammad bin Maslama said, "Then allow me to say what I like." The Prophet replied, "I do." 4. Qurayza tribesmen. 5. Khaybar settlement. 6. The Meccan 10. 7. Kinana of Khaybar. 8. Muslims of Urayna. Ibn Ishaq Sirat Rasulullah is full of raids sanctioned by Muhammad to betray, despoil, ambush, and murder his opponents. Abu Afaq, Asma bint Marwan, Ka'b bin al-Ashraf, Kinana of Khaybar, and most of the above murdered men and women, young and old, were never a threat to Muhammad or to his movement. They were, nonetheless, the only living conscience that was left in Arabia to oppose such a wanton liar and mass murderer. Al-Imran 3.151. Soon we shall strike terror into the hearts of the infidels. Allah, the compassionate, the merciful, is siding with Muhammad against his own creation, whom he had already predestined to err. There are hundreds of such verses permeating the surahs of the Quran. Al-Anfal 8.12. I shall terrorize the infidels. Bukhari 5.401. Allah's wrath became severe on anyone the Prophet killed in Allah's cause. It is not enough for Muhammad's Allah to cause the deaths of his predestined creatures, but Allah has even more wrath to inflict upon the innocent victims. Al-Anfal 8.67. It is not fitting for any prophet to have prisoners until he has made a great slaughter in the land. Al-Ahzab 33.61. The infidels shall have a curse on them. Whenever they are found, they shall be seized and slain without mercy. A fierce slaughter, murdered, a horrible murdering. Bukhari 5.397. Allah revealed, your Lord will send thousands of angels riding upon chargers, sweeping down as a form of good tidings to reassure you that victory comes from Him. He will cut off parts of the unbelievers, overthrow them, and turn them back in frustration, for Allah is forgiving and kind. According to the Quran and Hadiths, Muhammad and his followers could never win a single battle without the help of Allah and his angels of death. With such slaughter and decapitation, which part of the above hadith represents Allah's forgiveness or kindness? Bukhari 4220, Allah's Apostle said, I have been made victorious with terror. Bukhari 4.256, the Prophet was asked whether it was permissible to attack infidels at night with the probability of exposing their women and children to danger. The Prophet replied, their women and children are from them. Muhammad was an equal opportunity predator. He could not show any mercy or compassion to any and all who did not believe as he did. His followers, even at the present time after the lapse of 1400 years, exhibit the same unrestrained hate-mongering and war-mongering characteristics all over the world. They are, after all, his perfect clones. Bukhari 5.516, when Allah's Apostle fought or raided people, we raised our voices shouting, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. As we witnessed at the present, the followers of Muhammad recite this terror verse before slaughtering their defenseless victims. Bukhari 5.702 regarding Ghazwat al-Badr. In fact, Allah's Apostle had only gone out in search of the Quraysh caravan so that he can rob it. Bukhari 7.115 narrated by Ibn Umar. During the lifetime of the Prophet, we used to avoid chatting leisurely and freely with our wives, lest some divine inspiration might be revealed concerning us. But when the Prophet had died, we started chatting leisurely and freely with them. It should never be a surprise to any thinking person as to why the followers of Muhammad all over the world exhibit such incredible and unbridled hatred of all those who do not follow their creed. They are, after all, only emulating the Quran and Muhammad's Sunnah as he had instructed them to do before he died. Ishaq 288, the Quraysh said, Muhammad and his companions have violated the sacred month, shed blood, seized property, and taken men captive. Ishaq 326, if you come upon them, deal so forcibly as to terrify those who would follow, that they may be warned. Make a severe example of them by terrorizing Allah's enemies. Allah said, no prophet before Muhammad took booty from his enemy, nor prisoners for ransom, even according to the records of the Muhammadans. Only Muhammad was a terrorist, plundering, and booty-seeking prophet. I honestly do not have the stomach to continue reciting any further morbid and ungodly examples. Those of our listeners who want to know more should read them at their leisure on our website.
Most of Muhammad's followers are not learned in the Quran and Hadiths to know that Allah, the pagan Arabian supreme rock god of the Kaaba, had in their traditions 3 daughters. Will you please explain to our listeners the facts?
Most of the so-called believers are rarely, if ever, taught about the origins of the cult of Muhammad for the obvious reasons that these revelations would reflect very badly upon their beliefs. As far as the religious and political leaders of Muhammadan Islam are concerned, in their case, ignorance is bliss. Let us now look at the records that we have available regarding this topic. In pre-Islamic days, called the days of ignorance or al-Jahiliyyah, the religious background of the Arabs was pagan and basically animistic. Through wells, trees, stones, caves, springs, and other natural objects, man thought he could make contact with the deity. At Mecca, Allah was the supreme rock god of the Kaaba and chief of the gods and the special deity of the Quraysh, Muhammad's tribe. He was similar to Jove, the king of Roman gods. Allah had 3 daughters, Al-Uzza, Venus, most revered of all and pleased with human sacrifices, and represented by the symbol of a star. Al-Manat, the goddess of destiny, and Al-Lat, the goddess of vegetable life, and represented by the symbol of the crescent moon. They acted as intercessors between humans and their father, Allah. The Aus and Khazraj tribe of Medina were the most prominent worshippers of Manat, even though their principal shrines lay north and east of Mecca. Al-Lat and Al-Uzza, Wal-Manat were all worshipped by the Quraysh of Mecca, who paid much reverence to Al-Lat and Al-Uzza, most of all to the latter. The Quraysh was the tribe to which Muhammad belonged, and Ibn al-Kalbi states that before Muhammad began to preach his own message, he himself once offered a white sheep to Al-Uzza as a member among her own worshippers. Al-Uzza was the youngest of the three daughters of the pre-Islamic Allah and the patron goddess of Mecca. She is identified with Venus as the morning star, and her name means the mighty one. She resided in a tree similar to the acacia. Such was the paganism in which Muhammad was reared, and which he later came to believe it was his mission to dispel. Al-Uzza, Al-Lat and Manat, the three daughters of Allah, had their sanctuaries in the land which later became the cradle of Muhammadan Islam. In a weak moment, the monotheistic Muhammad was tempted to recognize these powerful deities of Mecca and Medina and make a compromise in their favor. But afterwards, he retracted the revelation which he blamed upon Satan, and instead said to have received the form now found in Surah An-Najm, the star 53.19 to 20. Later theologians explain this case according to the principle of nasikh and mansukh, abrogating and abrogated verses, by means of which Allah revokes and alters the announcements of His will. This results in the cancellation of a verse and the substitution of another for it, as in Quran 2.100. Al-Tabari 6.108. When the Messenger of Allah saw how his tribe turned their backs on him, and was grieved to see them shunning the message he had brought to them from Allah, he longed in his soul that something would come to him from Allah that would reconcile him with his tribe. With his love for his tribe and his eagerness for their welfare, it would have delighted him if some of the difficulties which they made for him could have been smoothed, and he debated with himself and fervently desired such an outcome. Then Allah revealed Surah 53, and when he came to the words, "Have you thought Al-Lat and Al-Uzza and Manat, the third, the other?" Satan cast on his tongue, because of his inner debates and what he desired to bring to his people, the words, "These are the high-flying cranes, verily their intercession is to be hoped for." When the pagan Quraysh heard this, they rejoiced and were happy and delighted at the way in which he had spoken of their gods, and they listened to him, while the Muslims, having complete trust in their Prophet, with respect of the message which he brought to them from Allah, did not suspect him of error, illusion, or mistake. When he came to the prostration, having completed the surah, he prostrated himself, and the Muslims did likewise. The polytheists of the Quraysh and others who were in the Kaaba likewise prostrated themselves because of the reference to their gods which they heard, so that there was no one in the mosque, believer or unbeliever, who did not prostrate himself. Then they all dispersed from the mosque. The Quraysh left delighted at the mention of their gods. This is indubitably an authentic story, says it is impossible to imagine any Muhammadan Muslim inventing such a tale of the notorious satanic verses. What precisely are we to understand by exalted cranes? The Muhammadan authorities were as uncertain about the meaning of Gharanaq as we are. But what they did know was that this was the refrain that the pagan Quraysh used to chant as they circumambulated the Kaaba. Al-Lat, Al-Uzza and Manat, the third, the other. Indeed, these are the exalted Gharanaq. Let us hope for their intercession. It is unthinkable that the men of the later tradition, who regarded Muhammad in every respect as a perfect example for the faithful, would have deliberately invented a story so seriously compromising their prophet. We must therefore assume, as the historical kernel of the tradition, that Surah 53 once embodied a different wording, implying acceptance of the pagan conception of the gods, an implication which Muhammad subsequently felt to be incompatible with belief in the one Allah. The renowned Muhammadan expositor Al-Suyuti, in his Asbab al-Nuzul, page 184, states, Muhammad was in Mecca. He read the chapter of the star. When he uttered, "Have you seen Al-Lat, Al-Uzza and the other third, Manat?" Satan instilled in his tongue, "These are the exalted idols, daughters of Allah, whose intercession is hoped." The infidels said that Muhammad had mentioned their gods with good words. Then, when he prostrated, they prostrated too. The great Sunni exegete Ibn Kathir, even though he doubted the veracity of this report, nonetheless had to admit that how the shaitan threw some falsehood into the words of the messenger, and how Allah abolished that. وَمَنَات الثَّالِثَةَ الْأُخْرَى, and Manat the third, the last. And Satan made him utter the words, تلك الغرانق العلاء وإن شفعتهن لا ترتجى. These are the exalted idols whose intercession is acceptable to Allah. Bukhari 2.177, narrated by Ibn Abbas. The Prophet prostrated while reciting a Najm, and with him prostrated the Muslims, the pagans, the jinns, and all human beings. Dear listeners, the hadith asserts that all of humanity, as well as all demons, were witnesses to this event. Many traditionists have recorded it with reference to the chains of narrators. Among them more commonly known are Al-Tabari, Ibn Abi Hatim, Ibn al-Munzir, Ibn Mardoya, Ibn Ishaq, Musa ibn Uqba, and Abu Ma'shar. It is all the more strange that Ibn Hajar, a recognized authority on traditions, insists on the truth of this report and says, as we have mentioned above, 3 of its chains of narrators satisfy the conditions requisite for an authentic report. When Muhammad brought a revelation from Allah, cancelling what Satan had cast on the tongue of his prophet, the Quraysh said, Muhammad has repented of what he said concerning the position of your gods with Allah, and has altered it and brought something else. Those 2 phrases which Satan had cast on the tongue of the Messenger of Allah were in the mouth of every polytheist, and they became even more ill-disposed and more violent in their persecution of those of them who had accepted Islam and followed the Messenger of Allah. Ladies and gentlemen, the satanic verses controversy have taxed the minds of the most learned scholars of Muhammadan Islam over 1400 years. The Arabic records can never be ignored or denied, no matter how much contorted logic and explanations are made by the Muhammadan exegetes in their attempts to exonerate Muhammad's kufr, that is his blasphemy, by associating the daughters of Allah with Allah. The Muhammadan records prove that in a moment of weakness, Muhammad tried to bring his pagan tribe to his belief system by compromising his monotheism, but then recanting and conveniently blaming the totally innocent Satan for his own failure.
One of the items that I found very disturbing in Ibn Ishaq's Sirat are the accusations that Muhammad invariably made against those who he did not like as being the enemies of Allah. This reminds me of the current followers of Muhammad accusing any and all who do not agree with them as anti-Muslim. Were those who criticized or opposed Muhammad actually enemies of Allah?
The expression enemy of Allah is used in the Quran and the Ahadith against any individual or group of individuals who opposed, satirized, insulted, confronted, and or did not accept Muhammad as the messenger of Allah. At a stroke, such a person or group became liable to be exterminated, murdered, assassinated, or slaughtered without due process of law. Among the victims of such a label were pagan Arabs, Judaized Arabs, free men and women, slaves, males and females, young or old, poets, satirists, leaders of opposing tribes, etc., etc. No one was spared the hatred, anger, spitefulness, wrath, and vengeance of Muhammad, even if they sought sanctuary in the Holy of Holies of paganism or Islam, the Kaaba. In reality, none of them were enemies of Allah, but were definitely opposed to Muhammad's cult beliefs and his unwarranted and false claims to prophethood. Neither the Judaized nor the pagan Arabs believed in him, nor in his message, and that is why he took revenge on both of them. Al-Anfal 8.60. Against them, make ready your strength to the utmost of your power, including steeds of war, to strike terror into the hearts of the enemies of Allah and your enemies. Fussilat 41:19. On the day that the enemies of Allah will be gathered together to the fire, they will be marched in ranks. Such is the requital of the enemies of Allah, the fire. Therein will be for them the eternal home. Abu Dawood Hadith 2703, narrated by Abdullah bin Mas'ud. I passed when Abu Jahl had fallen as his foot was struck with the swords. I said, O enemy of Allah, Abu Jahl, Allah has disgraced a man who was far away from his mercy. I did not fear him at that moment. He replied, it is most strange that a man has been killed by his own people. I struck him with a blunt sword. but it did not work. And then his sword fell down from his hand. I struck him with it until he became dead. How could Abu Jahl, a leader of the Quraysh who believed in Allah, the supreme pagan god of the Quraysh, long before the upstart Muhammad and his Quran, be called an enemy of Allah? Muhammad accused him of being an enemy of Allah so that he can justify murdering him for not accepting him, Muhammad, as the messenger of Allah, and for no other reason whatsoever. Sahih Bukhari 3.687, narrated by Jabir ibn Abdullah. Allah's Apostle said, who would kill Ka'b bin al-Ashraf, a Jew, as he has armed Allah and his Apostle? Muhammad bin Maslama got up and said, I will kill him. How is it possible to call a Jew, among the most ardent and most persistent monotheists in the world, an enemy of Allah, if Allah is the God of Israel? After all, it was because of the fact that the Jews carried forth to the Arabian Peninsula against all odds the belief in the one and only God of Israel that Muhammad got his inspiration to create a scripture for the pagan Arabs similar to that of the reviled Jews. This only proves that this term was used indiscriminately by Muhammad and his followers simply to justify the murder, assassination and slaughter of all those who refused to accept Muhammad as the messenger of Allah. This was Muhammad's personal vendetta and had absolutely nothing to do with theology, morality or divine justice. Allah, after all, was not and is not the God of Israel, since it is actually the name of the spirit God that resided in the black stone of the Kaaba centuries before Muhammad and his Quran, and hence is a purely pagan God. Moreover, even the pagan Arabs believed in the supremacy of Allah over all the other gods and goddesses of their primitive pantheon. Muhammad's attacks on the pagan Arabs, his own people, were not because they did not know Allah or believe in him, but because they associated other gods with him. Hence, all the accusations made by Muhammad against all of them were untrue, but an excuse to murder and silence all those who questioned his authority and false claims to prophethood. Not once did Allah, Gabriel or any other divinity instruct, sanction or agree to Muhammad's acts of violence, perfidy and murder. The Almighty, the creator of the universe, does not need mere human beings such as Muhammad or his thugs, or any other human agency for that matter, to do his bidding. A similar type of accusation, enemy of the people, was used and is still used by modern dictatorships to justify the incarceration or slaughter of all those who oppose tyrants and tyranny. Abu Afaq, a man of great age, reputedly 120 years, was killed because he lampooned Muhammad. The deed was done by Salim bin Umayr at the behest of Muhammad, who had asked, who will deal with this rascal for me? The killing of such an old man moved the poetess Asma bint Marwan to compose these respectful verses about Muhammad. From Ibn Sa'ad, Kitab al-Tabaqat al-Kabir, Volume 2, pages 30-31. Umayr bin Adi came to her in the night and entered her house. Her children were sleeping around her. There was one whom she was suckling. He searched her with his hand because he was blind and separated the child from her. He thrust his sword in her chest till it pierced up to her back. Then he offered the morning prayers with the Prophet at Al-Madinah. The Apostle of Allah said to him, have you slain the daughter of Marwan? He said, yes. Is there something more for me to do? Muhammad said, no two goats will butt together about her. This was the word that was first heard from the Apostle of Allah. The Apostle of Allah called Umayr the Basir, the seeing. What kind of a man was Muhammad? Did he really need to ask his followers to slaughter a mother of 5, a woman who was no legitimate threat to him, either physically or otherwise? Why didn't Muhammad murder her himself? Why was it that every time Muhammad wanted someone assassinated, he always got somebody else to do his dirty work? This was the version of Islam that Muhammad practiced. When the founder of a cult belief system has to have old men and powerless women slaughtered in the night for opposing him, how should such a belief system be described? Where are women's rights or human rights now in Muhammadan Islam? Since Muhammad denied freedom of speech and expression to others, how does that reflect upon this version of Islam and what we see occurring in the Muhammadan world of today? Why should we be surprised that the more fundamentalist Muhammadan Muslim nations become, the more oppressive they are towards all human rights? Who should trust the morality and intellect of such a man as Muhammad? It is a reality that there are good and bad in all religions and belief systems. But the case of Muhammadan Islam is unique. These stories reflect upon the man who started Muhammadan Islam. It is built upon Muhammad's own words, thoughts, and deeds. From only the few sample stories above, we discover that the foundations upon which Muhammadan Islam is built are intolerance of criticism or contradiction, the silencing by murder, assassination of all those who oppose Muhammad or his version of Islam, oppression, terror, subjugation. Muhammad had neither the legal nor the moral right to have those who criticize him slaughtered. It is important to point out to our listeners that the poets of pagan Arabia were actually the news media of their time. They were among the most highly esteemed among their people, and as far as our research has uncovered, not one was ever assassinated by the pagan Arabians for expressing any opinion. The modern Muhammadan states practice Muhammad's methodology, called his Sunnah, to perfection, by muzzling, incarcerating, and or assassinating all those whom the tyrants of these states, whether secular or religious, consider a threat to their regime. The deficiencies that most of the male followers of Muhammad suffer from, psychological, moral, intellectual, or judicial, are his legacy that he passed on to them through the virulent twin viruses of his Quran and his Sunnah.
The debates that are raging on YouTube, as well as in the world at large, are as usual interminable as to who or what is right or wrong. Can one sum them up in a more coherent and succinct manner?
Dear listeners, we have decided to put up this chapter because of the enormous frustration and animosity engendered by this series among the followers of Muhammad who listen to it. You realize from their comments that although their attacks are directed upon the reader of this series, who is actually only a messenger, the reality is that they are shocked, humiliated, and angered by the message contained therein. The dialogue that we read between some of our supporters and those Muhammadans who insult us with unbecoming language also shows our supporters' frustration at the fact that all the references in chapter and verse that we prove to all in this series are willfully and deliberately ignored as well as denied by the followers of Muhammad. We have therefore decided to create a scenario reversing the role of the Muhammadan so-called believers with that of the so-called unbelievers, having the Muhammadans on the receiving end of hate, to find out how they would address themselves and react under this hypothetical situation. In this assumed version of the Bible, the believers will be the Christians and the Jews, while the unbelievers will be the Muhammadan Muslims or simply Muhammadans. At the end of each verse recited, we shall give the actual name, chapter and verse of its Quranic original. Verses such as the following: Fight those who believe not in God nor the last day, nor hold that forbidden which had been forbidden by God, nor acknowledge the religion of truth, Christianity and Judaism, from among the Muhammadan Muslims until they pay the jizya tax with willing submission and humiliation. Al-Tawbah 9.29. Believers, Christians and Jews, do not take any unbelievers, Muhammadans, as your friends or protectors, because they are your mortal enemies. Al-Ma'idah 5.51. Believers, Christians and Jews, the Muhammadans say that Muhammad is the Son of God. That is a saying from their mouths. In this, they but imitate what the unbelievers of old used to say. May God's curse be on them. How they are deluded away from the truth. Al-Tawbah 9.30. Therefore, when you meet the Muhammadans, smite at their necks. Muhammad 47.4. Strive hard, jahidu, against the Muhammadans and be firm against them. Their abode is hell, an evil refuge indeed. Al-Tawbah 9.73. As for those disbelieving infidels, Muhammadans and pagans, God will punish them with a terrible agony in this world and the next. Al-Imran 3.56. It is the wish of the followers of Muhammad to lead you astray, but they make none to go astray except themselves, but they perceive it not. 3.69. O you who believe, Christians and Jews, Take not into your intimacy those outside your religion, Mohammedans. They will not fail to corrupt you. They only desire your ruin. Rank hatred has already appeared from their mouths. What their hearts conceal is far worse. 3.118. In blasphemy, kafara, indeed are those that say that God is Muhammad, son of Amina. Al-Ma'idah 5.17. For the iniquity of the Mohammedans, we made unlawful for them certain foods, good and wholesome, which had been lawful for them, in that they hindered many of God's way. Al-Nisa 4.160. Strongest among men in enmity to the believers, Christians and Jews, will thou find the Mohammedans. Al-Ma'idah 5.82. Of the Mohammedans, there are those who displace words from their right places and say, we hear and we disobey. Al-Nisa 4.46. But when the forbidden months are past, then fight and slay, faqtulu, the Mohammedans wherever you find them, and seize them, beleaguer them, and lie in wait for them in every stratagem of war. Al-Tawbah 9.5. Those who believe, Christians and Jews, fight in the cause of God, and those who reject faith, Mohammedans, fight in the cause of evil. يُقَاتِلُونَ فِي سَبِيلِ الطَّاغُوتِ. So fight ye, فَقَاتِلُوا, against the friends of Satan. An-Nisa 4.76. Followers of Muhammad, if these verses were truly in the Bible and pointed at you in crystal clear language, what would you think? How should you react? Would you, in all honesty and sincerity, accept these insults directed at you and remain unmoved and unperturbed? Would you feel comfortable among Christians and Jews when you would have known their real thoughts and feelings towards you? What do you think the fundamentalists among the Christians and Jews would have had to do to the followers of Muhammad if they considered these to be the inviolate and immutable words or instructions of God regarding you? Ladies, gentlemen, and followers of Muhammad, these are only a fraction of the hundreds upon hundreds of similar verses in the Quran that fill its chapters. By what stretch of logic, morality, justice, or imagination do you think you have the right to hate, war against, humiliate, subjugate, and insult other human beings whose beliefs are not the same as yours? Even if you presume that your cult belief system is superior to everybody else's, this does not give you the right to force it upon any other human beings. You have the right to evangelize your beliefs and debate them with others to convince them into accepting Muhammadan Islam, but it is up to the individual human being to decide to join you or not. Why, if Muhammadan Islam, in your opinion, is superior to other beliefs, do you need to resort to violence, force, and terror to convert others? Why, if it is such a sublime belief system, do you need to butcher any who changes one's mind and want to opt out of it? Why do you discriminate against all other beliefs in your Muhammadan countries, but have the audacity to demand your religious rights in Christian, Buddhist, and Hindu countries? You build your mosques all over the world, whether Hindu, Buddhist, Christian, or Israelite, but deny the same peoples building their own temples in your Muhammadan Muslim states, from Saudi Arabia to Mauritania, and from the Sudan to Pakistan. Are you so blind morally and intellectually not to find such behavior hypocritical in the extreme, to say the least? So you follow the dictum that what is yours, but what is ours is also yours? Why do you invariably apply this double standard without ever finding in this any immorality, irrationality, or injustice? Why do the followers of Muhammad, the so-called majority, tell the world that all these acts of terror are conducted by radical Muslims, not true to Islam, but you remain deafeningly silent about them? It was Muhammad, after all, who asserted that silence means consent. If you truly disapprove of these acts of wanton terror and slaughter of innocent and unarmed civilians all over the world, committed in the name of Allah, why do you not demonstrate against them? You vented your anger and had time to demonstrate about cartoons that killed no one. Why are cartoons, even about Muhammad, more important in your estimation than human life? Muhammadan Muslims, look at yourselves in the mirror and see the following. You write more but learn less. You have more degrees but less common sense. You have more knowledge but less judgment. You hate too much and love too little. You talk too much but make no sense. You are very long on quantity, but very short on quality. You don't have a life because you prefer death. You aggress upon others, but whine that you are victims. You boast about yourselves, but all is empty rhetoric. This chapter is dedicated to you only, to make you think if your own attitude toward the so-called unbelievers is justified. Can any follower of Muhammad listening to this chapter answer any questions truthfully and realistically? The time for you to get enlightened and re-evaluate your belief system is now. Because contrary to your own self-proclaimed propaganda, the world is slowly but most assuredly waking up to the nightmare of the cult of Muhammad, and there will be repercussions.
It has always intrigued me when researching the Quran as to why the surahs, chapters, are not in their order of alleged revelation, and moreover, why there are ayat, verses, from the Medina period embedded into the Meccan ones and vice versa. What's your input?
As our series expands, we shall dwell upon every single characteristics of Muhammad and his Quran. Each and every one of them will be investigated, and we shall bring them to the attention of our audience. We shall do so based, as usual, entirely upon the Muhammadan records themselves, that never fail to prove the opposite of what the scholars of Muhammadan Islam do their best to deceive both the believers and the unbelievers. Contrary to the current falsified assertions by the learned followers of Muhammad, the Islamic records show that according to the opinion of the majority of the earliest Muhammadan exegetes, the surahs of the Quran were not arranged by Muhammad, and that the whole sequence is based on ijtihad. Ijtihad is the technical term of Islamic law that describes the process of making a legal decision by independent interpretation of the legal sources, the Quran and the Sunnah. The reason for this conclusion is based upon the fact that there are important and undeniable differences in the sequences of the codices of the companions that we have available. The following are the orders of three important masahif, books, as mentioned by Imam Jalaluddin al-Suyuti and Abu al-Faraj Muhammad ibn Ishaq al-Waraq, also known as Ibn Nazm. I shall only recite the first 12 out of 114 surahs from each, and those listeners who want more detail should go to our website of www.inthenameofallah.org. Order of Ibn Mas'ud's Codex: 2, 4, 3, 7, 6, 5, 10, 9, 16, 11, 12, and 18. Order of Ubay's Codex: 1, 2, 4, 3, 6, 5, 10, 8, 9, 11, 19, and 26. Order of Ibn Abbas's Codex: 96, 68, 93, 73, 74, 1, 111, 81, 87, 92, 89, and 94. All of the above sequences are of course different from the current Quran, which are 5, 87, 89, 92, 112, 55, 39, 88, 113, 51, 52, 53. Ahmad bin Faris said, there were two aspects to the compilation of the Quran. One was putting the surahs in a certain order, such as putting as-sab' al-tiwal, the 7 long surahs, first, and following them with the ma'in, which is what the Sahaba, Muhammad's companions, did. The second aspect is the compilation of the ayat within the surahs. This was instituted by the Prophet, who recited them as he was told by Jibreel on the command of his Lord. On this basis, the Salaf differed as to the order in which the surahs should appear. Some of them put them in the order of revelation, which was the Mus'haf of Ali, which started with Iqra al-Alaq, 96, then Al-Mudaththir, 74, then Al-Qalam, 68, then Al-Muzammil, 73, and so on. The Mus'haf of Ibn Mas'ud started with Al-Baqarah, 2, then Al-Nisa, 4, then Al-Imran, 3, with other major differences. The Mus'haf of Ubay was similar. Even the sequences of the Quranic revelations are totally incompatible with each other in the codices of Muhammad's companions, unlike the revelations of the Bible, which are orderly, sequential, and without variations. Believers and unbelievers. In the 1970s, 30 years ago, archaeologists discovered a trove of manuscripts, masahif of the Quran, dating as far back as the 1st century of Hijrah, 7th century AD. The first tentative conclusions, published recently by researchers with access to the Yemeni masahif, reveal that in several cases the organization of the text is different. The surah's chapters sometimes in a different order, as well as there are differences in the text itself. Because the published findings are few at the moment, one cannot tell how wide the divergence is from the current text. The greatest tragedy of finds like these in Muhammadan Muslim countries is the fact that the Muhammadan religious authorities will physically destroy and eradicate any and all documentary evidence that would contradict the present format of the Quran, so as to preserve the myth that the Quran that we have today is the same as that passed on by Muhammad to his followers 1400 years ago. The version of the Quran that we have today was codified under the rulership of Uthman bin Affan, the third Khalifa, after having destroyed 6 others that were written by some of the closest and most learned companions of Muhammad. This act speaks volumes about the sanctity and holiness of Allah's book if a mere mortal can have his words burnt into oblivion. We are informed by other scholars of Muhammadan Islam that the Uthmanic arrangement was such that the surahs with the greatest number of verses, ayat, were put at the beginning, followed by descending order with all the others. Their explanation is completely wiped out by the fact that the first surah, Al-Fatiha, is with 7 verses, followed by Al-Baqarah with 286 verses, then by Al-Imran, 200 verses, Al-Nisa, 176 verses, Al-Ma'idah, 120 verses, Al-An'am, 165 verses, and Al-A'raf, 206 verses. The system utterly breaks down within the first 7 surahs or chapters. All their attempts to give this man-made arrangement divine or mystical attributes collapses when put under the scrutiny of facts, recorded history, and logic. As we have shown in numerous other chapters of this series, there is absolutely nothing divine about a book that was completely and unilaterally authored by one human being called Muhammad.
During my research on the Quran, I was alarmed by a particular verse. In Surah Ibrahim 14.3, "Those who love the life of this world more than the hereafter, who hinder men from the path of Allah, and seek therein something crooked." This statement seems to go against all conventional logic and human instinct. The whole purpose of our creation is to live and try to have as long a productive and happy life as possible. Will you explain this?
Muhammadan Islam is the only belief system in the whole of the world's recorded history that advocates and glorifies death over life. Muhammad's message in his Quran of preferring death, invariably the death of others, not his, is the exact opposite of the Judeo-Christian traditions that insist upon the sanctity and preciousness and enjoyment of life. Muhammad's Quran prohibits its followers from all forms of enjoyment and pleasures on earth, but promises them unlimited and eternal sexual, sensual, and carnal pleasures in the hereafter, the same and more that are denied them in life. So much so that the male followers of Muhammad would rather die and get killed in jihad, unholy war against all unbelievers, than be amongst the living so that they can gain these totally imaginary rewards. Al-Baqarah 2.94, say, "If the last home with Allah be for you specially, and not for anyone else, then seek ye for death, if ye are sincere." 2.95, "But they will never seek for death. Thou wilt indeed find them, of all people, most greedy of life, even more than the idolaters." These verses are actually in reference to the Jews and Christians who would rather live a good life on earth than the utterly impossible and untrue promises of a better life in Muhammad's version of paradise that he incessantly regaled his superstitious, gullible, and ignorant followers with. Al-Imran 3.185. Every soul shall have a taste of death, for the life of this world is but goods and chattels of deception. Those of our listeners who have come to understand Muhammad's Quran by now should appreciate this verse, since this world is not the one which is deceptive, but it is Muhammad who was, as we have so far shown, whose mendacity and hypocrisy knew no bounds. Ibrahim 14.3. Those who love the life of this world more than the hereafter. Al-Nahl 16.107. This because they love the life of this world better than the hereafter. Al-Ahzab 33.16. Say, running away will not profit you if you are running away from death or slaughter. Al-Jumu'ah 62.6. Say, O ye that stand on Judaism, Alladina Hadu, if you think that ye are friends to Allah to the exclusion of other men, then express your desire for death if you are truthful. Why would any sane human being subscribe to a cult belief system whose God would rather have the ones he created be dead than alive? How could striving to be dead is an indication of a loving God? Only in the mentally and spiritually depraved culture of Muhammad and Islam is this possible, logical, and hoped for. Al-Qiyamah 75.20. Nay, ye men, but ye love the fleeting life and leave alone the hereafter. Al-Insan 76.27. As to these, they love the fleeting life and put away behind them a day that will be hard. Sahih al-Bukhari 4.54, narrated by Abu Hurairah. The Prophet said, by him in whose hands my life is, were it not for some men amongst the believers who dislike to be left behind me, and whom I cannot provide with means of conveyance, I would certainly never remain behind any Sariya, army unit, setting out in Allah's cause. By him in whose hands my life is, I would love to be martyred in Allah's cause, and then get resurrected, and then get martyred, and then get resurrected again, and then get martyred, and then get resurrected again, and then get martyred again. Muhammad, with his own words, admits that he did not fight in the raids that he either initiated or conducted. What a coward! What an incredible liar! What an evil genius! Muhammad knowingly, skillfully and willfully deceived and manipulated his trusting, gullible and superstitious followers by enticing them with the most diabolical win-win promises. He was thus sending many of them to certain death with visions of booty and rape if they survived, and unlimited sensual and sexual pleasures in his version of paradise when they get killed in pursuit of his agenda. Al-Bukhari Hadith 5.425, narrated by Anas. Allah's apostle went out towards the Khandaq, i.e. the trench, and saw the emigrants and the Ansar digging the trench in the cold morning. They had no slaves to do that work for them. When the Prophet saw their hardship and hunger, he said, O Allah, the real life is the life of the hereafter, so please forgive the Ansar and the emigrants. They said in reply to him, we are those who have given the pledge of allegiance to Muhammad to observe jihad as long as we live. Sahih Muslim Hadith 4963, narrated by Abdullah ibn Umar. Allah's Messenger said, every intoxicant is khamr, wine. Every intoxicant is forbidden. He who drinks wine in this world and dies while he is addicted to it, not having repented, will not be given a drink in the hereafter. Muhammad, who forbade the drinking of wine to his followers because they were arriving intoxicated to the mosque, promises them exactly the same wine to drink for eternity in their afterlife. Muhammadan Islam is about eternal warfare against all those who do not believe in the depravities that they believe, and hence to subjugate, enslave, rape and plunder their wealth and produce that he and his followers were not willing or able to achieve through honest hard work. It should not then be a great surprise that the modern male followers of Muhammad who believe these lies would rather blow themselves up, slaughtering defenseless civilians, so as to attain the rewards of unlimited sexual and sensual pleasures with the promised 72 virgins. Muhammadan Islam is the ultimate cult belief system of joyless life but joyful and glorified death for its male followers, but a mournful and subservient life followed by a joyless afterlife for its female followers. Our listeners, so-called believers and unbelievers, the case of the fitna video has demonstrated the menacing and sinister power of fundamentalist Mohammedan Muslim threat of terror to humiliate our governments and forcing them to submit to their dictates. In reality, they have humiliated and subjugated us, the free peoples of the democracies, since our governments are only our elected representatives. In a nutshell, this is a personal insult and an affront to all of us and to our beliefs. Mr. Geert Wilders' fitna video was not deceiving its audience, nor was it misleading them, since the whole sequence is based upon pictures of the verses of the Quran as they are written there, as well as videos of their deeds of barbarity. Nor did it show anything more than what we have been watching in horror for the last decades of Mohammedan Muslim acts of terror: hijacking, beheadings, kidnapping, mass murder of unarmed and innocent civilians, both among the so-called believers as well as the unbelievers. There was not a single item that cannot be found in their Quran or on the web. In fact, Mr. Wilder copied about 10 minutes worth of video from one of the most informative and revealing DVD programs ever produced upon the subject of radical Islam called Obsession, which is 1 hour 33 minutes long, that any of our listeners can Google and buy if interested, or watch thousands of mind-boggling recorded programs of Mohammedan Muslim videos in their Arabic language from all over the Mohammedan world on www.memory.com, the Middle East Media Research Institute, with subtitles, each of which more revealing and more horrifying than fitna. I am advertising the above because they contain materials 1,000 times more lethal to Mohammedan Islam than fitna could ever be. Would our media call anyone who recites sentences from Hitler's Mein Kampf and showing films of Nazi atrocities as anti-German or anti-Christian? Why do they call Mr. Wilder anti-Muslim when he is only revealing the verses of the Quran as they exist in their original Arabic? Why call anyone who reveals the facts about the contents of the Quran anti-Muslim, while the vile Quranic verses against all human beings who do not believe as they do are not called anti-human, racist, or anti-unbelievers? Why do the media viciously and without any knowledge label him racist when he is doing his utmost to keep his country Christian and democratic? Why are they so morally and intellectually challenged that they are attacking the messenger and not the message of the Quran? The Mohammedans also threatened and attempted to silence Miss Hershey Ali. They murdered Van Gogh. They prohibited Mrs. Wafa Sultan from ever being interviewed by any Mohammedan organization. All of us can understand why the followers of Muhammad need to suppress any and all videos or information that reveal the facts about their cult belief system. What I find unforgivable and unpardonable are those from the media, politicians, academia, and such other fellow travelers in our democracies who are siding and consorting with, aiding and abetting the very people who would slaughter them under Sharia law. I accuse the media of creating a vile circus of misinformation and deliberate perversion of what fitna is all about. I accuse our providers on the net of an incredible degree of cowardice in the face of the threat of retaliation and silencing our freedom of expression. I accuse our politicians of caving into Mohammedan pressure and undermining our democracies. I accuse our religious leaders of stupidity and total ignorance of the dire consequences of ignoring that the Mohammedans are doing to Christians and other so-called unbelievers in all the Islamic world, but groveling to them in our democracies. I accuse the majority of the people in our democracies who remain deafeningly silent in the face of the greatest threat to human civilization, when in fact each one of them counts if only they decided to act. I accuse the followers of Muhammad of an obscene degree of hypocrisy, mendacity, and racism, compounded with a pathological and depraved indifference to facts, reality, morality, compassion, mercy, loyalty, and freedom of expression. Where are our leaders going to draw the line? When are they going to stand up tall and retaliate instead of walking on bended knees? Have we humans not learned anything of the consequences of submitting to terrorists and terror? Was not World War II bad enough with 50 million dead? Our leaders are sleepwalking us to our own destruction without even admitting that we are facing a grave and present danger. Our media deliberately downplay the threat while always putting forth the points of view of the very people who seek our destruction. Have our leaders and our people not learned a very basic rule? That terrorists can only be overcome by counterforce? That we must never give in to them because they will start with the finger and end up with the whole body? Terrorists thrive and grow upon the fear of their intended victims. How could 80% of humanity be terrorized by a handful of criminals? We unbelievers who possess the greatest technological, intellectual, numerical and military powers are being destroyed by tactics of salami slices from within and without by our declared and sworn enemies, but we are not even willing to defend ourselves. This is not only scary, but also pathetic, since it goes against all human instincts to live as free beings. Ladies and gentlemen, fitna is not the real issue. It is a sideshow for the fundamentalist Mohammedans. They are actually testing our resolve and mettle and are, unfortunately for us, finding straw in the face of their sword thrusts instead of armor. What is needed is a seminal court case or a debate between the best of their imams or mullahs with one of us, conducted in public, on TV, in front of hundreds of millions of people. This, I have absolutely no doubt they will never allow, since they know they would lose. What, will you ask me, are the solutions? What can we individuals do? I do not pretend to have all the answers, but would like to point out the following. Abraham was one individual. So were Moses, Jesus, Alexander, Julius Caesar, Gandhi, Mao Zedong, Churchill, etc., etc. I'm not equating them in morality, but only in achievement against enormous odds. Each one of us individuals is capable of wondrous things if one is focused and acts upon one's beliefs. We can all send email to our representatives to tell them of our concerns and that their jobs would be at stake the next time round. We can overwhelm the internet providers with our outrage and that those who succumb to terror will lose our membership. Just like petrodollars are buying allies, we can use the same economic threat. It invariably works miracles. We should make comments to the media, whether TV or newspapers, of our outrage, our concerns, and what we want them to focus on instead of the daily garbage that they dish to us. If any of you have better ideas, then make them known to all of us, but act. Thank you for listening.
When Muhammad went to Medina, he instructed his followers to observe Ashura as a holy day of fasting, as well as to pray towards Jerusalem. Why did he do that, and what caused him to change his mind later?
Ashura fell on Yom Kippur, Day of Atonement of the Jews, which falls on the 9th day of Tishri, the Hebrew 7th month, and is the 10th of Muharram, the first month in the pagan Arabian calendar. All the ahadith pertaining to the first 16 to 18 months of Muhammad's sojourn in Medina agree that he emulated the Jews both in their fasting on that day as well as directing his followers to pray facing the direction or Qibla of Jerusalem. Sahih al-Bukhari 3.222, narrated by Ibn Abbas. The Prophet came to Medina and saw the Jews fasting on the day of Ashura. He asked them about that. They replied, "This is a good day, the day on which Allah rescued Bani Israel from their enemy. So Moses fasted this day." The Prophet said, "We have more claim over Moses than you." So the Prophet fasted on that day and ordered the Muslims to fast on that day. On what logical or moral basis did Muhammad claim superiority over Moses than the Jews? Moses, after all, was not from the descendants of Ishmael, but from the line of Isaac. Muhammad's claim was based, like all his other claims, on unfounded and mendacious lines of thought perpetrated upon his ignorant, superstitious, and unlearned followers, who truly believed, in their utter innocence, his false pretensions that he was the messenger of Allah. The greatest tragedy of all is that even now, hundreds of millions of indoctrinated Mohammedans believe these lies. Sahih al-Bukhari Hadith 3.223, narrated by Abu Musa. The day of Ashura was considered as Eid, as a holiday, by the Jews. So the Prophet ordered, I recommend you Muslims to fast on this day. Sahih al-Bukhari Hadith 3.224, narrated by Ibn Abbas. I never saw the Prophet seeking to fast on a day more preferable to him than this day, the day of Ashura, or this month, i.e. the month of Ramadan. Sahih Muslim Hadith 2514, narrated by Jabir ibn Samura. The Messenger of Allah commanded us to observe fast on the day of Ashura and exhorted us to do it and was particular about it. But when fasting in Ramadan was made obligatory, he henceforth neither commanded us nor forbade us, nor was he so particular about it. The Quran does not ordain that Muhammadan Muslims should fast on the 10th of Muharram. This is found only in the Ahadith. Neither Allah nor Gabriel had instructed Muhammad to do so. Muhammad, after all, decided to fast on the same holy day of the Jews all by himself, without any prodding from Allah or Gabriel. When he realized that the Jews would not accept his false claims to prophethood, he turned violent against them, both physically and in the verses that he put in his Quran as convenient revelations from Allah. The Muhammadan records prove beyond a shadow of a doubt the following conclusions. 1. That Muhammad copied the traditions of the Jews in their holiest day of fasting, called Yom Kippur, which fell on the 10th of Muharram. 2. That Muhammad's first Qibla was likewise directed to the holiest shrine of the Jews, towards the Temple of Solomon in Jerusalem. 3. That Muhammad considered what was holy to the Jews as holy to his followers also. 4. That as far as Muhammad was concerned, the Temple of Solomon and Jerusalem were at that moment of his mission superior to both the Kaaba and Mecca. 5. Muhammad only changed his mind about following the traditions of the Jews when they refused to accept him as their prophet, especially since he wanted to impose his cult belief system upon them. 6. Those so-called believers who are listening to our series must be made aware that during the whole period of Muhammad's life, he prayed in the Kaaba with the polytheists, while it harbored the 360 pagan rock gods of the Quraysh, his own people. That is, he was, till the last year of his life, praying in a house of idolatry, because the only time the Kaaba was cleared from its rock gods was after its conquest by Muhammad a year before he died. From the point of view of monotheism, he was an idolater. 7. Moreover, we would also like to point out to the so-called believers that Muhammad was opposed primarily by his own people, the Quraysh, and rightly so, since it was he who was attacking, insulting, humiliating, and denigrating their religion and beliefs. It was Muhammad, after all, who initiated the war against his own people and not the other way around. Can any follower of Muhammad of today tell us what would happen to any Muhammadan who would attack Islam in public in any Muhammadan state? In fact, the Quraysh were wrong to tolerate Muhammad's aggression against their beliefs. Their act of mercy cost them in the end their subjugation to his cult. Finally, and as we have shown earlier, all the verses in the Quran are the product of Muhammad's own imagination and misunderstanding of the Bible, and have absolutely nothing whatsoever to do with any divine being. Muhammad, Allah, Gabriel, and Satan are all manifestations of Muhammad, the sole author of the Quran. Ladies and gentlemen, we receive numerous requests from some of our listeners to put up a chapter about some subject that may be of interest to many of you. We invariably evaluate the request, and if we believe it is relevant to our series, we investigate and study it before we put it up on YouTube. The following is a translation of an article which was published in Spain after the Madrid bombings by a Spanish journalist, Sebastián Vivar Rodríguez, November 21st, 2004. I quote, "I was walking along Raval in Barcelona when all of a sudden I understood that Europe died in Auschwitz. We assassinated 6 million Jews in order to end up bringing in 20 million Muslims. We burnt in Auschwitz the culture, intelligence, and power to create. We burnt the people of the world, the one who is proclaimed the chosen people of God. We must admit that Europe, by relaxing its borders and giving in, under the pretext of tolerance, to the values of a fallacious cultural relativism, opened its doors to 20 million Muslims, often illiterates and fanatics, that we could meet at best in places such as Raval, the poorest of the nations and of the ghettos, and who are preparing the worst, such as the 9/11 and the Madrid bombing, and who are lodged in apartment blocks provided by the social welfare. We have also exchanged culture with fanaticism, the capacity to create with the will to destroy, the wisdom with the superstition. We have exchanged the transcendental instinct of the Jews, who even under the worst possible conditions have always looked for a better, peaceful world, for the suicide bomber. We have changed the pride of life for the fanatic obsession of death, our death and that of our children. What a grave mistake that we made. Having studied these subjects over a period of 2 decades, I would like to point out the following simple facts that invariably escape the attention of people who do not have the time or make the effort to reflect upon these issues. The Jews have lived in Europe for nearly 2,000 years, especially after the conquest of their country Judea by the Romans. The Jews were never a threat to Europe nor to Christianity in any way, shape or form. Not numerically, not militarily, not economically, not culturally, not theologically, not racially, not demographically, not intellectually. They assimilated without losing their identity. They survived in spite of their persecution and slaughter. They contributed enormously to the sciences, economics, medicine, and other fields out of proportion to their numbers. They fought in the defense of their countries of residence, whether French, German, English, or Russian. They obeyed all the rules of the lands they lived in and were utterly loyal to them. On the other hand, the Muhammadan Muslims do not integrate or assimilate because they are prohibited from doing so by the Quran. They demand their religious rights in our democracies while they deny every which one to us in their countries. They declare publicly and in their mosques every Friday their intention to subvert our systems of freedoms and human rights and subjugate them instead to Muhammadan Islamic Sharia. They use our democracies and liberties to bring about the very changes that will destroy us. They are a threat demographically and theologically to Christian Europe. Their loyalty is first and foremost not to the countries they reside in, but to the Ummah of Muhammadan Islam. Their threat to our freedoms, our religions, our liberties, and our democracies is both internal as well as external. If some of these observations may sound racist or inflammatory to the ultra-sensitive ears of the politically correct, they are not, since they are based entirely on facts and reality as we read about them and see them daily in our news. Our worst enemies are from us, represented by many of our spineless politicians, our criminally ignorant media, our uncomprehending and misguided clergy, and last but not least, our utterly contemptible academicians, all of whom are thus aiding, abetting, and colluding with the very Muhammadans who seek our destruction.
According to the Quran, any sexual intercourse between unmarried men and women is punishable with 100 lashes. That makes prostitution against Sharia law, and yet they subscribe to it under a different name. Can you elaborate?
First and foremost, I would like to point out to our listeners the following facts. 1. That in the Arabic language of Muhammad's time, the word nikah meant having sex, the sexual act, whether in the manner of rape or marriage. 2. The word muta' is derived from tamattu', that is, to obtain pleasure from. Hence, the expression nikah al-mut'ah is pleasurable sex, whether legal or illegal. Since the Quran prohibits out-of-wedlock sex as fornication, punishable by death in many cases. Muhammad solved the problem of his sexually frustrated male followers by legalizing having sex for a predetermined period between a man and a woman of easy virtue in what he euphemistically called temporary marriage. The word mut'ah was more commonly used than other terms for temporary marriage during and after the lifetime of Muhammad. Both its proponents and opponents prefer this word and its derivatives. In books on jurisprudence, the terms mut'ah and nikah al-munqati', discontinued marriage, and al-nikah al-muwaqqat, temporary marriage, istimta', having pleasure, and the related word of tamattu', pleasure, are all employed. The scholars, both Sunni and Shia, agree that mut'ah was permitted at the beginning of Islam. However, they disagree as to the reasons it was permitted. In the chapter titled Women, Al-Nisa, after listing those women to whom marriage is forbidden, the Quran states as follows, Al-Nisa 4.24, lawful for you is what is beyond all that you may seek, using your wealth in wedlock and not in license. So those of them whom you enjoy, give them their appropriate wages. It is no fault in you in mutually agreeing after fulfillment of the wage. Allah is all-knowing, all-wise. All Shia scholars and many Sunni scholars hold that this verse, especially the words, such women as you enjoy, istamta'tum, refers to the permissibility of muta'. The Shia present several other arguments to prove this point. This particular verse was allegedly revealed towards the beginning of Muhammad's stay in Medina. By the revelation of this verse, the temporary marriage became a legal custom in Medina and was looked upon as one kind of marriage and was referred to by the term istamta'a, the same word employed in the Quranic verse, even though the literal meaning of the word is to seek benefit or to take enjoyment. Hence, the meaning of the Quranic verse must be understood in terms of the conventional usage of the time. For, as is well known in the science of Quranic commentary and Islamic jurisprudence, the Quran follows the conventional usage of the people in all edicts and legal prescriptions. If someone wants to understand a word in the Quran in other than the conventional meaning of the time, he must supply a very strong reason for doing so. Moreover, if one looks up the traditions of the chapter of temporary marriage in the authentic Sunni collections such as Sahih al-Bukhari and Sahih Muslim, one can see that Muhammad and his companions used the word istamta'a when referring to this contract, which is exactly the same as that employed therein. Some Sunnis argue that sexual intercourse is forbidden except with one's wife or a slave by reason of the verse Al-Mu'minun 23.14. Prosperous are the believers who guard their private parts, save from their wives and what their right hands own. According to Aisha, Muhammad's wife and others, mut'ah is forbidden and abrogated in the Quran where Allah says, who guard their private parts. Sahih al-Bukhari Hadith 7.17, narrated by Jabir bin Abdullah. When I got married, Allah's Apostle said to me, what type of lady have you married? I replied, I have married a matron. He said, why? Don't you have a liking for the virgins and for fondling them? Jabir also said, Allah's Apostle said, why didn't you marry a young girl so that you might play with her and she with you? Sahih Bukhari 7.50, narrated by Ali bin Abi Talib. I said to Ibn Abbas, during the battle of Khaybar, the Prophet forbade nikah al-muta' and the eating of donkey's meat. Sahih al-Bukhari 7.51, narrated by Abu Jabara. I heard Ibn Abbas giving a verdict when he was asked about the mut'ah with women, and he permitted it, nikah al-mut'ah. On that, a freed slave of his said to him, that is only when it is very badly needed and women are scarce. On that, Ibn Abbas said, yes. Sahih al-Bukhari 7.52, narrated by Jabir bin Abdullah and Salama bin al-Aqwa. While we were in an army, Allah's Apostle came to us and said, you have been allowed to do the mut'ah marriage, so do it. Salama bin al-Aqwa said, Allah's Apostle said, if a man and a woman agree to marry temporarily, their marriage should last for 3 nights. And if they like to continue, they can do so. And if they want to separate, they can do so. I do not know whether that was only for us or for all of the people in general. Abu Abdullah al-Bukhari said, Ali made it clear that the Prophet said, the mut'a marriage has been cancelled, made unlawful. Ladies and gentlemen, believers and unbelievers, contrary to all of the above contortions of logic, as well as the different and contradictory interpretations of a few verses of the Quran and the bending to suit of morality, nikah al-mut'a is actually a legalized and sanctified form of prostitution, since in reality it has the following characteristics. 1. A mutually agreed fee between the woman and the client. 2. A mutually agreed period of time. 3. No witnesses are needed to the agreement. 4. The woman is not a wife and has no legal financial claims on the man, accepting her agreed fee. 5. If she gets pregnant, the man takes the child away from her. 6. She has no rights to inheritance. 7. He can break the agreement before the consented time. I leave it to you all to make your own conclusions that I hope very much that you will use in your comments.
The Quran, Hadiths, and Mohammedan scholars denigrate, insult, and attack both the followers of Moses and of Jesus in no uncertain terms in very clear Quranic Arabic verses. Why is there so much anger and hatred towards them?
Let us first begin with a fact that escapes the intellect of both the followers of Muhammad and their apologists, that it was Muhammad who was the first to attack, insult, and denigrate the religion of his own tribe and that of all of Arabia, because they did not believe his claim to be the messenger of Allah. It should be obvious that had he not done so, no one would have gone against him. Secondly, it is imperative that our listeners, both so-called believers and unbelievers, should also know that Muhammad's polemic against his pagan tribe of Quraysh was not because they did not know who or what Allah was, which of course they knew, even centuries before Muhammad, but because they associated other gods and goddesses with him. Thirdly, what conveniently escapes their intellect also is another fact that we witness almost every day in the news media of what would happen to any person in any Muhammadan Muslim country who would attack, insult, or denigrate Muhammad, Allah, or Islam. His slaughter would be instantaneous. The Quraysh, on the other hand, showed mercy to Muhammad, for which he paid them back with terror and death. The hadiths tell us about the unstinting support that Muhammad and his followers received from the Abyssinian Christians at the very and crucial beginnings of his perceived mission. They also relate how intimately involved Muhammad was with Christian encounters and influences, from the monk Bahira to Waraka bin Nawfal, his wife's Khadija's uncle, etc. Nonetheless, his assumed monotheism made him rebel against the Christians for believing that Jesus is the Son of God, as well as refusing to believe his claims for prophethood. He paid them back with slaughter, subjugation, and humiliation. According to the hadiths, Muhammad's encounters with the Judaized Arabs, who were actually pagan Arabs who had converted without coercion to the religion of the Jews, started when he ran away to Medina in 622 AD to escape his alleged persecution at the hands of his own Quraysh tribe. Up to this point, his Meccan revelations regaled his listeners with Allah's support, succor, and promise to the Israelites, their revealed Torah to Moses, and with perverted stories about Adam, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Joseph, Noah, King David, and Solomon, etc., etc., none of which were aggressive or derogatory. All this changed after spending the first 16 to 18 months in Medina. The Medina harbored 3 Judaized Arabian tribes, the Bani Nadir, Bani Qurayza, and Bani Qaynuqa, as well as 2 pagan ones, the Aus and Khazraj, who came originally from the Yemen. These 5 tribes were associated with each other by blood alliances, as well as warring against each other, with the Judaized tribes divided in alliances between them. Being pagans, they had neither animosity nor fear of the Judaized Arabs, since the major differences were not racial or cultural, but religious and economic. The Judaized Arabs were in agriculture, manufacturing, and trading, and were generally much more literate and learned than the pagans. Because the Aus and Khazraj were intimately associated with the traditions of the Jews and had learned from them about their expected Messiah, they were hence very susceptible to Muhammad's self-declared assertions that he was the Arabian promised prophet. Hence, when they gave their unquestioning support to Muhammad, he migrated to Medina to be under their protection. Muhammad tried his best at first to ingratiate himself with the Judaized Arabs so that they would believe in him and declare him a prophet of Allah. He went so far as to fast on their Yom Kippur day, which fell on the 10th of Muharram of the pagan Arabian calendar, subsequently called Ashura, and instructed his followers to do the same. Furthermore, he oriented his face in prayers, called the Qibla, towards Al-Sham, Jerusalem, in emulation of the Jews. He incorporated several of the biblical, judicial, and moral commandments with modifications in his Quran. All his efforts failed totally in having the Judaized Arabs believe in him or his Quran, especially since the latter contained many stories and characters that contradicted and or were different from their originals in the Bible. Based upon all these historical errors and discrepancies, they knew that he was neither a messenger of Allah nor of any all-knowing divinity, and refused to change their mind even upon pain of death, which is exactly what Muhammad did to them. They infuriated him by questioning him about his alleged revelations and pointing out their inherent contradictions and inconsistencies. Several of their poets were disgusted and alarmed at his ambush of the Quraysh caravan at Badr, and the slaughter and mutilation of the bodies of many of their leaders. They recited poems against him and his deeds. He had them assassinated by ambush and deception, although they were never a threat to him physically, but only morally. His rage at their justified refusal was similar to that of a jilted lover that required revenge. He did so both in the verses of his Quran and in the subsequent physical slaughter, forced conversion, and or subjugation and enslavement of all the Judaized tribes of the Hijaz. I must remind our listeners as many times as needed, and contrary to what the followers of Muhammad want you to believe, that the so-called Jewish and Christian tribes of Arabia were not, I repeat, were not foreigners in Arabia. They were, in fact, aboriginal native Arabians who had converted without terror or coercion from paganism to the religions of the Jews and Christians. They were Arabs in language, culture, dress, behavior, names, and affiliations. They were only different in their religions. It was Muhammad who initiated the process of alienating and destroying the cohesion of the tribal affiliations and loyalties by dividing humanity into two camps, that of the believers and that of the unbelievers. It was Muhammad who pitted sons against fathers, brothers against sisters, clans against clans, and Arabian tribes against Arabian tribes, finally ending with the current state of affairs whereby Muhammadan Muslims are against 80% of humanity. Ibn Ishaq in his Sirat Rasulullah, page 204, reports, when the people came together to plight their faith to the Apostle, Al-Abbas al-Ansari pointed out, O men of Khazraj, do you realize to what you are committing yourselves in pledging your support to this man? It is to war against all and sundry. The above hadith is remarkable because it shows that even 1400 years ago, among the most ignorant and uneducated people, there were some who realized the enormity of the future consequences of following Muhammad's dictates. Tabari 8.130. The messenger said, two religions cannot coexist in the Arabian Peninsula. Umar investigated the matter, then sent to the Jews saying, Allah has given permission for you to be expelled. Pursuant these instructions, the Arabian followers of Muhammad unto this day consider the Arabian Peninsula a sacred land not to be polluted by any and all other religions, which are not allowed to practice their faith under any circumstances unless they do it in private and in specially enclosed areas. So much for the alleged tolerant and peaceful characteristics of Muhammadan Islam that they repeatedly ram down our throat in spite of facts and reality. Muhammadan Islam is intolerant, racist, discriminatory, immoral, and unjust. And no one can dispute these assertions based entirely upon their books, facts, and reality.
The Quran informs us that Muhammad's only miracle was the Quranic revelations themselves. On what basis do the hadiths invent an abundance of other so-called miracles when the Quran itself speaks of none of them?
You are of course correct, since the most surprising revelation in the Quran is the fact that it does not contain a single report of any miracle achieved by Muhammad. On the contrary, in several verses, more than 20 of them, they deny him the ability to perform any just to prove either the existence of Allah or to impress the pagans so that they may convert. All these verses assert only three things: that he was human, that he was a warner, and later as the messenger of Allah. Not even once does the Quran imply that Muhammad was a miracle worker. In fact, the Arabic word for miracles, mu'jizat or a'jubat, are not mentioned at all in the Quran. Al-An'am 6.48. We send the apostles only to give good news, mubashirina, and to warn munzirina. Many verses of the Quran preclude the need for miracles, yet the ahadith are full of them. A serious and unacceptable contradiction, since if Muhammad did perform miracles, they would have been obviously recorded in the Quran. 6.50. Say, I tell you not that with me are the treasures of Allah, nor do I know what is hidden. أعلم الغيبة. Nor do I tell you I am an angel, malak. I but follow what is revealed to me. Al-Ra'd 13.7. And the unbelievers say, why is not a sign sent down to him from his Lord? But thou art truly a warner, munziru, and to every people a guide. This verse explains very clearly the functions of Muhammad. He is a warner and definitely not a miracle worker. Al-Isra 17.90. They say, we shall not believe in thee until thou cause spring to gush forth for us from the earth, or until thou have a garden of date trees and vines, and cause rivers to gush forth in their midst, carrying abundant water, or thou cause the sky to fall in pieces, as thou sayest will happen against us, or thou bring Allah and the angels before us face to face, or thou have a house adorned with gold, or thou mount a ladder right into the skies. No, we shall not even believe in thy mounting until thou send down to us a book that we could read. Say, glory to my Lord. Am I aught but a man and an apostle? What kept men back from belief when guidance came to them was nothing but this. They said, has Allah sent a man like us to be his apostle, Rassooli? The demand by the Qurayshites for miraculous proofs is understandable both from the cultural and psychological points of view. They could not accept that a mere human being, a less than equal to their nobility, could claim such superiority as Muhammad did. They needed tangible and clear proofs that Allah was on his side as he claimed. Al-Kahf 18.110. Say, I am but a man like yourselves, but the inspiration has come to me, yuha ilayya, that your God is one God. Muhammad denies his need to demonstrate miracles because he only gets inspiration. Sahih al-Bukhari Hadith 1.454, narrated by Anas bin Malik. Two of the companions of the Prophet departed from him on a dark night and were led by two lights like lamp going in front of them from Allah as a miracle, lighting the way in front of them. And when they parted, each of them was accompanied by one of these lights till he reached their respective houses. Sahih al-Bukhari 5.208, narrated by Anas bin Malik. The people of Mecca asked Allah, Apostle, to show them a miracle. So he showed them the moon split in two halves, between which they saw the Hiram mountains. Sahih al-Bukhari Hadith 6.387, narrated by Ibn Mas'ud. During the life of Allah's Apostle, the moon was split into two parts. One part remained over the mountain, and the other part went beyond the mountain. On that, Allah's Apostle said, "Witness this miracle." Sahih al-Bukhari 6.388, narrated by Abdullah. The moon was cleft asunder while we were in the company of the Prophet, and it became two parts. The Prophet said, "Witness, witness this miracle." The story of the alleged miracle of the splitting of the moon, a cosmic event of catastrophic significance, was only observed in Arabia and only by Muhammad and his entourage in Mecca. None of the great civilizations of the time were able to observe this event, nor were they aware of it to report it. Presumably, the moon was eventually put together. These contradictory stories of alleged miracles were invented by his followers over a period of 300 years after his death to make him appear superhuman and semi-divine, despite the fact that both the Quran and other ahadith firmly deny that Muhammad was able to perform any miracles. Sahih al-Bukhari 8.115, narrated by Anas bin Malik. A man came to the Prophet on a Friday while the Prophet was delivering a sermon at Medina and said, "There is a lack of rain, so please invoke your Lord to bless us with the rain." The Prophet looked at the sky where no cloud could be detected. Then he invoked Allah for rain. Clouds started gathering together, and it rained till the Medina valleys started flowing with water. It continued raining till the next Friday. Then the man, or some other man, stood up while the Prophet was delivering the Friday sermon and said, "We are drowned. Please invoke your Lord to withhold it rain from us." The Prophet smiled and said twice or thrice, "O Allah, please let it rain round about us and not upon us." The clouds started dispersing over Medina to the right and to the left, and it rained round about Medina and not upon Medina. Allah showed them, the people, the miracle of His Prophet and his response to his invocation. Sahih al-Bukhari 9.379 and 6.504, narrated by Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, "There was no prophet among the prophets, but was given miracles because of which people had security or had belief. But what I was given was the divine inspiration which Allah revealed to me. So I hope that my followers will be more numerous than those of any other prophet on the day of resurrection." This admission by Muhammad shows clearly that he was not party to any miracles, which is contrary to all the lies that were concocted about him by his followers after his death. If the above alleged miracles did occur, the ahadith then contradict all the verses of the Quran that deny Muhammad performing any miracles whatsoever. In fact, the Quran asserts that the only miracle that Muhammad needed as proof to his followers are the Quranic verses themselves. While the events of the Exodus and all the miracles that the Israelites witnessed were collective in daylight and night and beheld by the whole people, not a single alleged miraculous event in the life of Muhammad was witnessed by any other beside him. Not his wife Khadija, nor Aisha, nor any of his other immediate male or female followers. Another incredible difference is the fact that the miracles of Moses were forewarned while those of Muhammad, the ayat, were afterthoughts. For example, before any of the miracles befell Egypt, Pharaoh was warned of exactly what was going to befall his country if he refused God's commands. In the case of Muhammad, no such forewarnings are mentioned. Almost every so-called miracle occurred in the dead of night, without any other witnesses from his first encounter with the alleged angel Gabriel through to his second and subsequent encounters over a period of 23 years. Nor were there any witnesses to his alleged physical night flight to Jerusalem, in spite of the fact that his wives denied that he left their side on this occasion. The same Muhammad that the Quran asserts were given no signs, miracles, except the words of the Quran itself, was transformed by his followers into a man performing astounding miracles in their ahadith, not one of which is based on reality or fact, and all of which are contradicted by the Quran. Believers and unbelievers, the more we investigate the Quran and hadiths, the more we uncover outright lies, deceptions, contortions of history and science, as well as mendacities that boggle the mind in their depraved indifference to logic or common sense. Hate-mongering fundamentalist Muhammadan Muslims assert in their Friday sermons, their newsprint, their school books and their TV that the Jews, and in many times the Christians also, are descended from apes and pigs. Where does this obscene polemics come from? Sadly, and as invariably with the followers of Muhammad, they get it from the Quran itself in 3 different verses. Al-A'raf 7.163. Ask them concerning the town standing close by the sea. Behold, they transgressed in the matter of the Sabbath. When they disregarded the warning that had been given them, we rescued those who forbade evil, but we visited the wrongdoers with a grievous punishment because they were given to transgression. But when even after this they disdainfully persisted in that from which they were forbidden, we said to them, become apes, despised and disgraced. قُلْنَا لَهُمْ كُونُوا قِرَدَةً خَاكِعِينَ. Al-Baqarah 2.65. And well ye knew, those amongst you who transgressed in the matter of Sabbath, we said to them, be ye apes despised and rejected. فَقُلْنَا لَهُمْ كُونُوا قِرَدَةً خَاكِعِينَ. The translator of the Quran, Abdullah Yusuf Ali, explains, the punishment for breach of the Sabbath under the Mosaic law was death. Exodus 31.14. Everyone that defiles the Sabbath shall surely be put to death. For whosoever does any work therein, that soul shall be cut off from among his people. He continues, there must have been a Jewish tradition about a whole fishing community in a seaside town, which persisted in breaking the Sabbath and were turned into apes. The translator is correct, because as usual with Muhammad and his Quran, this version was plagiarized and perverted from the story of an entire village of people who were turned into apes by Moses, not God, because they broke the Sabbath by fishing. This was a popular legend in Muhammad's day, and it came from Tosefta Yebamot 1.10 and parallel passages in Babli and Yerushalmi Talmuds. It is very obvious from both the wording and the situation that Allah transformed only those Jews who broke the Sabbath into apes. It was a one-off case. What is most galling of all is the fact that Muhammad in his Quran does not even consider the Sabbath holy, since he surmised that the Jews were stupid to think that Allah could get weary after the creation, and according to this, Allah did not prohibit the Jews from working on the Sabbath. So why the punishments, one would ask? Because, as invariably with Muhammad's Quran, it is full of inconsistencies, contradictions, mendacities, and illogic. The Muhammadan exegete, Ata al-Khurasani, said, the people of the township were told, O people of the township, be you apes despised and rejected. When those who forbade fishing saw them, they asked, did we not warn you? They nodded in agreement. They were doomed to stay as apes for 3 days without food, drink, or reproduction till they died. I would like to point out that since they were turned instantly by the word of Allah into apes and pigs, how then could they have understood the question, let alone acknowledge it? I wonder if any Muhammadan has a logical explanation. Al-Ma'idah 5.60. Then say, should I inform you, people of the book, of those who will have even worse recompense from Allah than the transgressors? They are those whom Allah has cursed, who have been under His wrath, some of whom were turned into apes and swine, who worship Taghut, the devil, or idols. Those are the people who are in a far worse plight and who have turned furthest away from the right way. وَجَعَلْنَا مِنْهُمْ الْقِرَدَةَ وَالْخَنَازِيرَ. It is clear that the verse above is telling events that transpired on 2 different occasions. 1, the Saturday fishing, and 2, those who worshipped idols. In both cases, the guilty were transformed into apes and pigs. In his commentary on Surah 5.60, Ata al-Khurasani added on the authority of Sufyan al-Thawri that Ibn Mas'ud said, Allah's Messenger was asked if the current monkeys and swine were those whom Allah transformed. He said, Allah never destroyed a people by transforming them and making offspring or descendants from them. The monkeys and swine existed before that. This was also recorded by Muslim hadith. Hence, contrary to the deliberate misrepresentations and explanations made by the Muhammadans, Muhammad denied the possibility that the Jews are descended from apes and pigs. The language supporting a literal transformation by the same verbal command is found in Surah 2.117, which has the same historical context as 2.65. The literary context reveals that Allah is so powerful that all he has to do is the following. Al-Baqarah 2.117. He is the creator of the heavens and the earth. When he decrees a thing, he merely says, be, and it is done. Thus, when Allah decrees something, anything, it is done the moment he speaks, instantly. Likewise, by a simple decree, he transformed some Jews into apes and swine, using the same verbal command. Muhammad sees their case as historically special and very real in order to warn succeeding generations of his followers not to disobey Allah or him. Otherwise, they too may be turned into apes or pigs. In light of the preceding citations, it is little wonder that Dr. Jamal Badawi chooses to cite Muhammadans that deny the literal metamorphosis of the Jews as opposed to quoting those who do. To cite these followers of Muhammad causes serious embarrassment as well as major problems for presenting Muhammadan Islam as a rational, thinking man's belief system. Dr. Jamal Badawi seems to be aware that no open-minded and intelligent person would ever accept such old wives' tales. The fact that the Quran contains them only proves that it is not God's word. Sunan of Abu Dawood Hadith 4028, narrated by Abu Amir or Abu Malik, that he heard the Apostle of Allah say, there will be among my community of Muslims people who will make lawful the use of khaz and silk. Some of them will be transformed into apes and swine. It is very amusing as well as extremely revealing that not a single Muhammadan cleric or academician ever mentions this or the following verse. Sunan of Abu Dawood Hadith 4293, narrated by Anas ibn Malik. The Prophet said, the Arabs will establish cities, and one of them will be called Al-Basra or Al-Busayra. If you should pass by it or enter it, avoid its salt marshes, its market, and the gate of its commanders, and keep to its environments. For the earth will swallow some people up, pelting rain will fall, and earthquakes will take place in it. And there will be people who will spend that night in it and become apes and swine in the morning. Al-Tirmidhi Hadith 5150, narrated by Ammar ibn Yasir. Allah's Messenger said, the table was sent down from heaven with bread and meat, and they were commanded not to be unfaithful nor to store up for the morrow. But they were unfaithful, stored up and laid by for the morrow. So they were changed into apes and swine. The table in the above is an allusion to Jesus' Last Supper, and this event is of course not mentioned in any gospel. As usual with Muhammad, he was an equal opportunity hate-monger that even his fellow Arabs did not escape the same fate that his followers assert was marked for the Jews and Christians. Hence, when the followers of Muhammad deliberately misquote and misrepresent the meaning of the verses against the Jews and Christians, our listeners can point to similar verses concerning themselves also.
Why did Muhammad consider the ringing of bells as a satanic sign? After all, many of his alleged revelations were accompanied with the ringing of bells. Will you enlighten us, please?
This question is pregnant with a lot of satanic implications that are, as we shall show to be obvious reasons, either deliberately ignored by the scholars of Muhammadan Islam or their logic escaped their intellect. Either way, we must, as always, turn our attention to the Muhammadan Muslim sources so as to gather some of the data on what pagans and even Muhammadans saw as signs associated with satanic activity. In fact, The Muhammadan literature provide criteria to know whether a person is possessed and or whether that individual is a sorcerer. We will then use these criteria to see whether Muhammad falls within the category of a person possessed or of a sorcerer. According to the oldest extant biography of Muhammad's life by Ibn Ishaq, subsequently edited by Ibn Hisham, the Meccan Arabs tried to come up with an opinion about Muhammad which they could then tell the other Arabs visiting the Kaaba. In doing so, they give us an idea of some of the signs that were typically associated with possession and sorcery. Alfred Guillaume's The Life of Muhammad, page 121. When the fair was due, a number of the Quraysh came to Al-Walid bin Al-Mughira, who was a man of some standing, and he addressed them in these words: "You speak and I will listen." They said, "He is a kahin." He said, "By Allah, he is not that, for he has not the unintelligent murmuring and rhymed speech of the kahin." "Then he is possessed," they said. "No, he is not that," he said, "for we have seen possessed ones, and here is no choking, spasmodic movements and whispering." "Then he is a poet," they said. "No, he is no poet, for we know poetry in all its forms and meters." "Then he is a sorcerer." "No, we have seen sorcerers and their sorcery, and here is no spitting and no knots." "Then what are we to say, O Abu Abdul Shams?" they asked. He replied, "The nearest thing to the truth is your saying that he is a sorcerer, who has brought a message by which he separates a man from his father, or from his brother, or from his wife, or from his family." Ibn Ishaq, in his Sirat Rasulullah, page 204, confirming the statements above, reports, "When the people came together to plight their faith to the apostle, Al-Abbas al-Ansari pointed out, 'O men of Khazraj, do you realize to what you are committing yourselves in pledging your support to this man? It is to war against all and sundry.'" The above hadith is remarkable because it shows that even 1400 years ago, among the most ignorant and undereducated people, there were some who realized the enormity of the future consequences of following Muhammad's dictates. That Muhammad's message was and is so evil and demonic that it pitted men against women, sons against fathers, brothers and sisters against each other, wives against husbands, and utterly destroyed family and tribal loyalties, manifests itself even after the lapse of 1400 years amongst his modern followers. This is exactly what Satan's message and purpose for humanity would have been. Sahih al-Bukhari Hadith 1.2 and 4.438 narrated by Aisha. Al-Harith bin Hisham asked Allah's Apostle, "O Allah's Apostle, how is the divine inspiration revealed to you?" Allah's Apostle replied, "Sometimes it is revealed like the ringing of a bell. This form of inspiration is the hardest of all, and then this state passes off after I have grasped what is inspired." Sahih al-Bukhari 9.111, narrated by Aisha. The commencement of the divine inspiration to Allah's Apostle was in the form of good, righteous, true dreams in his sleep. The angel came to him in it and asked him to read. The Prophet replied, "I do not know how to read." The Prophet added, "The angel caught me forcefully and pressed me so hard that I could not bear it anymore. He then released me and again asked me to read, and I replied, I do not know how to read. Thereupon he caught me for the third time and pressed me and then released me and said, Read in the name of your Lord, who has created man from a clot." Then Allah's Apostle returned with the inspiration, his neck muscles twitching with terror, till he entered upon Khadija and said, "Cover me, cover me." They covered him till his fear was over, and then he said to Khadija, "O Khadija, what is wrong with me?" Then he told her everything that happened and said, "I fear that something may happen to me." And the divine inspiration was also paused for a while, and the Prophet became so sad, as we have heard, that he intended several times to throw himself from the tops of high mountains, and every time he went up to the top of the mountain, in order to throw himself down, Gabriel would appear before him and say, "O Muhammad, you are indeed Allah's apostle in truth." Whereupon his heart would become quiet, and he would calm down and return home. And whenever the period of the coming of the inspiration used to be long, he would do as before, But when he used to reach the top of the mountain, Gabriel would appear before him and say to him what he had said before. Believers and unbelievers, the above show that, contrary to what Aisha said, these dreams were anything but good. The Muhammadan traditions also speak out against the use of bells, since they are allegedly the instruments of Satan. The traditions even say that angels will not attend those who carry bells. Al-Muwatta Hadith 49.39, pulling off necklaces and bells from the necks of camels. Yahya related to me that Abu Bashir al-Ansari told him that the Messenger of Allah said, "Do not let a single string necklace or any necklace remain unbroken on the neck of a camel." Sunan Abu Dawood 4218, narrated by Umar ibn Khattab. Ibn Zubayr told that a woman, client of theirs, took Zubayr's daughter to Umar ibn Khattab wearing bells on her legs. Umar cut them off and said that he had heard the Apostle of Allah say, "There is a devil along with each bell." Sahih Muslim Hadith 5277, narrated by Abu Hurairah. Allah Messenger said, "Angels do not accompany the travelers who have with them a dog, and the bell is the musical instrument of Satan." According to the Sahih Hadith, blowing or making notes is a work of Satan. Sahih al-Bukhari 2.243, narrated by Abu Hurairah. Allah's Apostle said, "Satan puts 3 knots at the back of the head of any of you in his sleep. On every knot he reads and exhales the following words." Another possible indication of sorcery or magic is eloquent speech. Sahih al-Bukhari 7.62, narrated by Ibn Umar. 2 men came from the east and delivered speeches, and the Prophet said, "Some eloquent speech has the influence of magic, or speech is as effective as magic." Furthermore, Muhammad taught that bad and evil dreams were from Satan. Sahih al-Bukhari 4.513 and 9.113, narrated by Abu Qatada. The Prophet said, "A good dream is from Allah, and a bad or evil dream is from Satan." Sahih al-Bukhari 9.127, narrated by Abu Hurairah. The Prophet said, "I have been given the keys of eloquent speech and given victory with terror." According to the above data, the signs of possession, sorcery, and satanic activity are: 1. Choking, gasping, spasmodic movements, delirium, and whispering. 2. Unintelligent murmuring and rhymed speech. 3. Spitting and blowing and making knots. 4. Eloquent speech. 5. Bad and evil dreams. 6. The use of bells. Muhammad manifested almost all the signs of one who was possessed, since he often had spasmodic body movements and major changes in physical demeanor. He was also seen to be moving his lips, due to the so-called revelation being impressed upon his heart, which he tried to then memorize. After skimming through the Muhammadan Muslim data, we can now make some closing observations. Muhammad's religious experiences and practices mirror all the criteria establishing possession and sorcery. Let us carefully note the following. Did Muhammad experience some form of choking, gasping, spasmodic movements, delirium, and whispering when the so-called revelations came to him? Yes. Did Muhammad use spitting and blowing? Yes. Did Muhammad claim eloquence, boasting to be the master of eloquent speech? Yes. Were Muhammad's dreams frightening and terrifying? Yes. Did these dreams cause Muhammad to fear that he was possessed, whereby he even contemplated suicide? Yes. Did the revelations sound as the ringing of bells? Yes. Did Muhammad and others associate bells with Satan? Yes. What makes this all the more amazing is that the Quran cites the unbelievers as accusing Muhammad of being a man possessed and bewitched. I would like to point out the obvious, that these are the criteria from the Muhammadan Muslim sources. These are not criteria culled from the enemies of Muhammad. Muhammad meets many, if not all, of the criteria of being under demonic influences that are confirmed by the Islamic source texts.
Why is Muhammad's Quran full of stories about demons, jinns, and Satans?
Our listeners should be made aware from the very outset that in the whole of the Torah, the 5 books of Moses, there is not a single mention of Satan, devil, jinn, Iblis, Ifrit, or any other adversary to God Almighty. The Quran is the only scripture that considers the conclaves of demons, devils, and satans as creatures conducting a parallel existence to the human race with the specific intent of misguiding humanity and leading them to hell. All of these creatures are used by Muhammad in his Quran as fall guys and scapegoats upon whom the followers of Muhammad can throw the blame for all their own failures, their lapses, their immorality, their misconduct, their inadequacies, and their misdeeds. Even in modern times, the followers of Muhammad rarely, if ever, take any responsibility for their actions. They invariably blame other types of Satans, such as Western imperialism, Christianity, Zionism, Jews, Hindus, Buddhists, the United States of America, unbelievers, etc., etc. These symptoms are part and parcel of their cult belief system, from which it is almost impossible to escape, as shall be conclusively demonstrated in the following verses from the Quran and Hadith. The jinn, according to pagan Arabian mythology, they were creatures or spirits of vanished ancient peoples who acted during the night and disappeared with the first light of dawn. They could make themselves invisible or change shape into animals at will. These spirits were commonly believed to be responsible for diseases and for the manias of some lunatics. Pre-Islamic pagan Arabs feared them. The word majnoon, meaning mad, is derived from it. Genie is an anglicization of the original Arabic term jinn. Muhammad very conveniently Islamized them, like almost everything else from pagan Arabian religion, and incorporated them in his Quran, similar to devils and demons, with a special chapter number 72 called Surah al-Jinn. Al-Hijr 15.27. And the jinn race we had created before from the fire of a scorching wind. Allah presumably created the jinn race before the human race. Of course, the original story in the Bible does not mention anything about the jinn because they actually belonged to the mythology of Muhammad and his pagan Arabs. Al-Ahqaf 46.30. We, jinns, demons, have heard a book revealed after Moses confirming what came before it. It guides to the truth and to a straight path. O our people, hearken to the one who invites you to Allah and believe in him. He will forgive you your sins and deliver you from a penalty grievous. Ar-Rahman 55.39. On that day, no question will be asked of man or jinn as to his sin. 55.56. Wherein both will be those maidens chaste, restraining their glances, whom no man or jinn has touched, yet mithunna, implying has opened their hymens with sexual intercourse before them. The Quran is the only holy book in the world that asserts that demons, jinns, and devils, the rebels against Allah, bear witness to its own veracity. In other words, all the satanic conclave attests to the veracity of the Quran as the word of Allah. Al-Jinn 72.1. Say, Muhammad, it has been revealed to me that a group of jinn, demons or devils, listened to the Quran. They said, we jinn devils had thought that no man or jinn would ever say anything untrue about the Lord. But there were men who took shelter with the male jinn. 72.13. So since we jinn have listened to the guidance of the Quran, we have accepted Islam. Al-Nas 114.1. Say, I seek refuge with the Lord and cherisher of mankind, the King of mankind, the God, Ilah of mankind, among jinn and among men. Even the concluding verse of the concluding chapter of the Quran associates mankind with the jinn demons as Allah's creation. Of course, this verse makes perfect sense, since Allah is not the God of Israel or of Jesus, but the name of the Spirit Supreme God of the pagan Quraysh residing in the black stone in the Kaaba. Ibn Ishaq 90. Jewish rabbis, Christian monks, and Arab soothsayers had spoken about the Apostle of Allah before his mission when his time drew near. The rabbis and monks found a description in their scriptures. The Arab occultists had been visited by Satans from the jinn, with reports which they had secretly overheard in heaven before they were prevented from hearing by being pelted with stars. It should be obvious by now to any listener that Muhammad's name was never mentioned in any scripture that had ever existed. Muhammad and his Quran were appropriately vouched for by demons and devils instead of angels. Al-Tirmidhi Hadith 350, narrated by Abdullah bin Mas'ud. Allah's Messenger said, "Don't cleanse yourself with dung or with bones, for that is the food of your brothers from amongst the jinn." How could the devils, the fiery associates of Satan, be brothers to human beings? They are, after all, the ones who want to mislead and make humans err so that they end up in hell. Al-Tirmidhi Hadith 861, narrated by Jabir ibn Abdullah. Allah's Messenger came out to his companions and recited Surah Al-Rahman 55 from the beginning to the end. But they remained silent. Thereupon he said, "I recited this before the jinn on the night of jinn, and their response was better than that of yours." Like all of his other alleged encounters with Gabriel, with the previous prophets, etc., Muhammad's meeting with the race of jinns occurred also at night and as usual, without any other corroborating witnesses. Muhammad is the only prophet in recorded history who communed with, converted to his beliefs, Islam, used as witnesses to the veracity of his prophethood and his Quran, a race of demons, Satans, jinns and devils, all the entities that deceive humans into erring and defying Allah. To the gullible and superstitious believers, Muhammad's words are sufficient proof to the veracity of his statements. They disregard and throw away all logic, ignore all contradictions, and dismiss all arguments to the contrary as anti-Islamic without further thought or analysis. Satan is not an Arabic word because it is derived from the Hebrew Satan, meaning adversary. Neither the word nor the concept existed among the pagan Arabs before Muhammad's alleged revelations. Al-Baqarah 2.35. We said, "O Adam, dwell thou and thy wife in the garden and eat of the bountiful things therein. You will not approach this tree or you run into harm and transgression." Then did Satan make them slip from the garden and get them out of the state of felicity in which they had been. Iblis is also a Satan from the jinn. The word Iblis, one of the most important in the Quran, is yet another non-Arabic in origin, since it is derived from the Greek diabolos, meaning accuser or calumniator. It is one among 118 foreign words that represent many of the most important words in the Quran, thus in fact destroying the myth of the Arabic purity of the Quran. Al-Baqarah 2.34. And behold, we said to the angels, bow down to Adam. And they bowed down, not so Iblis, he refused and was haughty, he was of those who rejected faith. So-called believers and unbelievers, there are hundreds more such verses for any of you who would like to research the sordid and satanic subject further.
The defenders of Mohammedan Islam tell the world that it is a tolerant religion. My studies prove otherwise. Am I wrong?
You are without a doubt not wrong. Mohammedan Muslims and their supporters deliberately and mendaciously attempt to deceive those who are ignorant of the Arabic language, those who have never read the Quran and Hadiths, and those who have not studied them even if they had read them. What is most disturbing and astounding is the degree to which the followers of Muhammad have so far succeeded in perverting reality and perception in spite of the daily visual pictures on our TV and our newsprint showing their acts of mass slaughter of civilians, both so-called unbelievers as well as believers. 95% of all acts of terror and conflict around the world in 90 different countries on 4 continents are performed and conducted by the followers of Muhammad in the name of Allah. Yet, many very important politicians, clergy, academics, and the media keep repeating the most obscene and false mantra that Muhammadan Islam is a peaceful religion, that Islam means peace. The greatest tragedy of all is that most of our public, instead of showing their anger and disgust at such perversions of facts and reality, remain deafeningly silent. Let us now share our knowledge of peaceful Islam with you by referring to only a handful from among the hundreds and thousands more of similar such verses in the Quran and Hadith. Please be aware that in the current language of Muhammadan Muslims, the unbelievers and or so-called disbelievers are now not only Christians and Jews, but also all Hindus, all Buddhists, all animists, etc., comprising 80% of humanity. Al-Baqarah 2.39. But those who reject faith and belie our signs, they shall be companions of the fire. They shall abide therein. Al-Imran 3.19. The religion before Allah is Islam. 3.85. If anyone desires a religion other than Islam, submission to Allah, never will it be accepted of him, and in the hereafter he will be in the ranks of those who have lost. Al-Nisa 4.91. If they turn back from Islam, becoming renegades, seize them and slay them wherever you get them. 4.168. Those who reject the Islamic faith and do wrong, Allah will not forgive them nor guide them to any path except the way of hell, to dwell therein forever. Al-Ma'idah 5.51. Believers, take not Jews and Christians for your friends. They are but friends and protectors to each other. 5.78. Curses were pronounced on the unbelievers, the children of Israel who rejected Islam, by the tongues of David and of Jesus, because they disobeyed and rebelled. 5.82. You will find the Jews and disbelievers, Christians, the most vehement in hatred for Muslims. 5.86. Those who reject Islam and are disbelievers, Christians and Jews, denying our signs and revelations, they shall be the owners of the hellfire. Al-Anfal 8.12. Remember thy Lord inspired the angels. I am with you. Give firmness to the believers. I will instill terror into the hearts of the unbelievers. Smite ye above their necks, and smite all their fingertips off. And fight them on until there is no more tumult or oppression, and there prevail justice and faith in Allah altogether and everywhere. Al-Tawbah 9.30. The Jews call Uzair a son of Allah, and the Christians called Christ the son of Allah. That is a saying from their mouths. In this they but imitate what the unbelievers of old used to say. Allah's curse be on them. How they are deluded away from the truth. 9.33. It is he who hath sent his apostle with guidance and religion of truth, to proclaim it over all religions, even though the pagans may detest it. 9.73. O Prophet, strive hard against the unbelievers and the hypocrites, and be firm against them. Their abode is hell, an evil refuge indeed. Al-Ahzab 33.8. That Allah may question the custodians of truth concerning the truth they were charged with, and He has prepared for the unbelievers a grievous penalty. Al-Fath 48.13. And if any believe not in Allah and His apostle, we have prepared for those who reject Allah a blazing fire. Al-Mumtahana 60.1. O ye who believe, take not my enemies and yours, pagans, Christians and Jews, as friends or protectors. We are clear of you and of whatever you worship besides Allah. We have rejected you, and there has arisen between us and you enmity and hatred forever, unless you believe in Allah and Him alone. Al-Tahrim 66.9. O Prophet, strive hard against the unbelievers and the hypocrites, Christians and Jews, and be firm against them. Their abode is hell, an evil refuge indeed. Al-Balad 90.19. But those who reject our signs, they are the unhappy companions of the left hand. On them will be fire vaulted over all around. Ibn Ishaq 231. Muslims are one ummah, community, to the exclusion of all men. Believers are friends of one another to the exclusion of all outsiders. Ishaq 344. We smote them and they scattered. The impious met death. They became fuel for hell, and who aren't Muslims must go there. Ishaq 245. The apostle used to say, their religion, Christians and Jews, will never march with ours. Ishaq 363. Say to those who do not believe you, You will be vanquished and gathered into hell, an evil resting place. Ishaq 2:62. Some Muslims remained friends with the Jews, so Allah sent down a Quran forbidding them to take Jews as friends. Bukhari Hadith 4.88. Expel disbelievers, Christians and Jews, from the Arabian Peninsula. Bukhari 5.727. When Allah's apostle became seriously sick, he started covering his face with a woolen sheet. When he felt short of breath, he removed it and said, "That is so. Allah's curse be on the Jews and the Christians." Tabari 8.130. The messenger said, "Two religions cannot coexist in the Arabian Peninsula." Omar investigated the matter, then sent to the Jews saying, "Allah has given permission for you to be expelled." For those who have the stomach for more hate and warmongering, please go to our website.
The Quran and Hadiths mention rivers of paradise in heaven and not on earth. Why is this?
In his Quran, Muhammad promises his followers bounties on earth and in heaven. The earthly rewards are the product of raids, conquest, occupation, slavery, rape, and plunder. In heaven, there will be unlimited pleasures, both sexual and sensual. In 30 surahs of the Quran, many of these rewards are mentioned. Muhammad was evidently, deliberately, and with a forethought, deceiving and lying to his gullible, unlearned, and superstitious followers when repeatedly describing a paradise that he never visited, as well as arrogating to himself the otherwise divine right of who should or should not be consigned to paradise or to hell. Muhammad's appetite for lust and for plunder was insatiable both physically and intellectually. He was the consummate master at plagiarizing every single precept, concept, thought or idea of judicial, moral or historical value from the Bible, then perverting and contorting them to fit the mentality of his fellow Arabians. Al-Ra'd 13.35. The parable of the garden which the righteous are promised. Beneath it flows rivers. Perpetual is the enjoyment thereof, and the shade therein. Such is the end of the righteous, and the end of the unbelievers is the fire. Al-Zummar 39.20. But it is for those who fear their Lord that lofty mansions one above another have been built. Beneath them flow rivers of delight, such is the promise of Allah. Never doth Allah fail in His promise. Muhammad 47.15. Here is a parable of the garden which the righteous are promised. In it are rivers of water incorruptible, rivers of milk of which the taste never changes, rivers of wine, a joy to those who drink, and rivers of honey, pure and clear. In it there are for them all kinds of fruits and grace from their Lord. Can those in such bliss be compared to such as shall dwell forever in the fire and be given to drink boiling water so that it cuts up their bowels to pieces? Our listeners, so-called believers and unbelievers, while Muhammad's Quran prohibits its followers from every imaginable source of pleasure or joy in this life, it promises them the same and more after death. The same wine, khamr, that Muhammad forbade his followers from imbibing on earth, they would have unlimited amounts of it in the afterlife. It should not be much of a surprise then when his fundamentalist, gullible and indoctrinated believers would blow themselves up, slaughtering innocent so-called unbelievers so that they would attain this eternal bliss. As usual, Muhammad copied but changed the characters of the four biblical rivers of paradise, Genesis 2:10-14, to suit his audience. Sahih al-Bukhari Hadith 5.227, narrated by Abbas bin Malik. So, when I went over to the seventh heaven, behold, there ran four rivers. Two were hidden and two were visible. I asked, what are these two kinds of rivers, O Gabriel? He replied, as for the hidden rivers, they are two rivers in paradise, and the visible rivers are the Nile and the Euphrates. Sahih Muslim Hadith 6807, narrated by Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, Sayhan, Jayhan, Euphrates and Nile are among the rivers of paradise. Now, let us listen to the one and only original version in the Bible. Genesis 2.11. The name of the first river is Pishon, the one that encircles the whole land of Havilah, where the gold is. The name of the second river is Gihon, the one that encircles the whole land of Cush. The name of the third river is Hiddekel, the one that flows towards the east of Assyria. And the fourth river is the Euphrates. This particular hadith is a perverted version of the Bible's Genesis, since the pagan Arabs had no knowledge or concept of the biblical stories or of paradise. Moreover, our listeners should be aware that in Bukhari's version there is no mention of the first two rivers, and that in both versions Muhammad asserted that the Nile was one of the rivers, which obviously it was not. So much for the veracities of Muhammad and his Quran. Al-Tirmidhi Hadith 5650 narrated by Hakim ibn Muawiyah. Allah's Messenger said, in paradise there are a great river of water, a great river of honey, a great river of milk, and a great river of wine. Then the smaller river will be divided off. Sunan Abu Dawood 2514 narrated by Abdullah ibn Abbas. The Prophet said, when your brethren were smitten at the battle of Uhud, Allah put their spirit in the crops of green birds which go down to the rivers of paradise, eat its fruit and nestle in lamps of gold in the shade of the throne. Then, when they experience the sweetness of their food, drink and rest, they asked, who will tell our brethren about us that we are alive in paradise, provided with provision, in order that they might not be disinterested in jihad and recoil in war? Allah the Most High said, I shall tell them about you. So Allah sent down, and do not consider those who have been killed in Allah's path till the end of the verse. It is beyond logic, reason, and intellect that the modern followers of Muhammad would accept such lies and deceptions as divine revelations or inspirations, especially since neither Gabriel nor Allah ever told Muhammad about the above. Sahih al-Bukhari Hadith 9.519 narrated by Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, if you ask Allah for anything, ask Him for the Firdaus, for it is the last part of paradise and the highest part of paradise. And at its top there is a throne of beneficence, and from it gush forth the rivers of paradise. Muhammad had to invent a paradise that was full of pleasures, greenery, rivers of water, fruit and food in incredible varieties and quantities, so that it would entice his believing and gullible followers away from their otherwise difficult, arid, very hot and unforgiving climate and surroundings. Muhammad's deception has been so complete that hundreds of millions of his followers actually fell for and continue to believe in a physical paradise full of sexual and carnal pleasures and utterly devoid of any spirituality. To understand the mind of the Muhammadan suicide bomber, one has to study the Quran and Ahadith that are actually the sources of this satanic method of terror. Unfortunately, because of time constraints, I can recite only a few examples from among the hundreds that fill the Quran and Hadiths. Chess. Sahih Muslim Hadith 5612 narrated by Buraidah ibn al-Hasib. Allah's Apostle said, he who played chess is like one who dyed his hand with the flesh and blood of swine. Singing and musical instruments. Ahmad, al-Bukhari and Muslim record that Aisha said, Abu Bakr entered upon us on the day of Eid, and there were some slave girls who were singing. Abu Bakr shouted, slaves of Allah, you play the pipes of the Satan. He said it 3 times. Sahih Bukhari Hadith 7.494b, narrated by Abu Amir, that he heard the Prophet saying, from among my followers there will be some people who will consider illegal sexual intercourse, the wearing of silk, the drinking of alcoholic drinks, and the use of musical instruments as lawful. And Allah will transform the rest of them into monkeys and pigs, and they will remain so till the day of resurrection. Bells. Sahih Muslim Hadith 5279 narrated by Abu Huraira. Allah Messenger said, the bell is the musical instrument of the Satan. Sahih al-Bukhari Hadith 4.438, narrated by Aisha, Al-Harith bin Hisham asked the Prophet, how does the divine inspiration come to you? He replied, in all these ways. The angel sometimes comes to me with a voice which resembles the sound of a ringing bell. And when this state abandons me, I remember what the angel has said, and this type of divine inspiration is the hardest one on me. And the angel sometimes comes to me in the shape of a man and talks to me, and I understand and remember what he says. If bells are the musical instruments of Satan, and Muhammad asserts that he received his revelations and inspirations by a voice resembling the ringing of bells, then it must have been Satan and not Gabriel who was revealing to him the verses of the Quran. This can explain very clearly all the anomalies, inconsistencies, and abnormalities of the Quran vis-à-vis the biblical originals. Wine and intoxicants, Al-Baqarah 2.219. They asked thee concerning wine, khamr, and gambling, maisir. Say, in them is great sin and some benefit for men, but the sin is greater than the benefit. Al-Ma'idah 5.90. O ye who believe, intoxicants and gamblings are an abomination of Satan's handiwork. Eschew such abomination that you may prosper. Sahih Bukhari 7.481, narrated by Ibn Umar. Allah's Apostle said, whoever drinks alcoholic drinks, khamr, in this world and does not repent before dying will be deprived of it in the hereafter. Muhammad makes it very clear that the subject of wine, khamr, that he is referring to is the same on earth as it is in the hereafter. Hence, it has to be the exact same intoxicating wine, especially since he did not specify that it is not. Gambling, Al-Ma'idah 5.90. O ye who believe, intoxicants and gamblings are an abomination of Satan's handiwork. Sunan Abu Dawood 2573, narrated by Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, if one enters a horse with two others, when he is not certain that it cannot be beaten, it is not gambling. But when one enters a horse with two others, when he is certain it cannot be beaten, it is gambling. Gold, Al-Hajj 22:23. Allah will admit those who believe and work righteous deeds to gardens beneath which rivers flow. They shall be adorned therein with bracelets of gold and pearls, and their garments there will be of silk. Sahih al-Bukhari Hadith 7.728, narrated by Hudayfa. The Prophet forbade us to drink out of gold and silver vessels or eat in it, and also forbade us the wearing of silk or sitting on it. Sahih Muslim Hadith 5176, narrated by Ali ibn Abu Talib. Allah's Messenger forbade wearing of silk and yellow clothes and the gold ring. Sunan Abu Dawood 4224, narrated by Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, if anyone wants to put a ring of fire on one he loves, let him put a gold ring on him. If anyone wants to put a necklace of fire on the one he loves, let him put a gold necklace on him. And if anyone wants to put a bracelet of fire on the one he loves, let him put a gold bracelet on him. Keep to silver and amuse yourselves with it. Silk, Al-Kahf 18.31. For them will be gardens of eternity, beneath them rivers will flow. They will be adorned therein with bracelets of gold, and they will wear grain, garments of fine silk and heavy brocade. Sahih al-Bukhari Hadith 7.722, narrated by Ibn Abi Layla. Allah's Apostle said, gold, silver, silk, and dibaj, a kind of silk, are for them, unbelievers, in this world, and for you Muslims in the hereafter. Al-Tirmidhi Hadith 4404, narrated by Uqba bin Amir. Allah's Messenger used to restrain people who adorn themselves and wore silk, saying, if you want the adornment and silk of paradise, do not wear them in this world. Poetry and poets. Al-Anbiya 21.5. Nay, they say, medleys of dreams. Nay, he is but a poet. Let him then bring us a sign like the ones that were sent to prophets of old. Al-Saffat 37.36. And say, what? Shall we give up our gods for the sake of a poet possessed? Sahih al-Bukhari Hadith 8.176, narrated by Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, it is better for any one of you that the inside of his body be filled with pus, which may consume his body, than it be filled with poetry. Pictures and paintings. Sahih al-Bukhari Hadith 7.834, narrated by Muslim. I heard Abdullah saying that he heard the Prophet saying, the people who will receive the severest punishment from Allah will be the picture makers. Sunan of Abu Dawud Hadith 227, narrated by Ali bin Abu Talib. The Prophet said, angels do not enter the house where there is a picture or a dog or a person who is sexually defiled. The listener should not by now be surprised at all for such behavior, having heard all the above prohibitions. Muhammad mandated these onerous and unwarranted prohibitions only while his followers are alive. All these prohibitions are not only lifted when they are dead, but his dead followers are promised even greater rewards than these that they could ever attain in life on this miserable earth. If one abides by all these prohibitions, the only purpose for the existence of the followers of Muhammad would be abject groveling to Allah and warmongering all of one's life. Can the reader imagine his or her own life conducted without singing or songs, poetry or poems, musical instruments, no symphonies, no orchestras, no operas, no dancing, no painting or pictures, hence no television, no cameras, no videos, no sculpture, hence no museums, wine and other intoxicants forbidden, gold and golden jewelry to adorn oneself prohibited, no more silk garments or gambling. Muhammadan Islam is bereft of any joy, no fun, no pleasures except for unrelenting praying and dying for the cause of Allah. The suicide bombings, the hate-mongering displays, the depraved indifference to human life, the warmongering characteristics, the interminable visual displays of Muhammadans holding their holy book, the Quran, in one hand, and bombs, guns, and daggers in the other, are all symptoms of a disease propagated by a virulent virus called the Quran.